Welcome everyone to Overwatch Contenders Fall Series Korea. That's right, we are here for Korea, not APAC. Of course, continuing into day number 4. My name's G Clef. With me, we have Unfrozen Unknown. How are you doing? It's our first time doing Korea, and we've had first 3 days of action already, continuing with day number 4.
Yeah, it's been, I think this is, I guess I would say this is a little bit cliche, but this is a dream come true for me. I've been involved in Contenders Korea only as a translator and as a producer here to finally cast with not only just casting, but also with UG Clef. This is one of, I guess, my childhood dreams come true because I've been growing up with Overwatch.
Oh yes, and also the other duos of casters doing a fantastic job covering Korea all the time. And we are here finally just getting a dip of what Korea is all about. But there are amazing talents in the region, and
exactly
there are way too many great Genji players, and we're going to be highlighting a lot of Genji plays as we have done for the last 3 days. But there's full of talent for Korea. At least no wonder there's somewhat of a different tournament format for Korean season only.
Exactly. So, kind of elaborating on what Jacob just said, we have a lot of talent, not just rookie talent from the Korean scene, but we also have some returning talent from the Overwatch League scene, excuse me. And also a lot of this, for this year specifically, a lot of the Contenders teams have been participating in the Overwatch League Opens and the Knockouts. So these teams, these players have been gaining that kind of experience, just clashing, going against the top of the best of the best of the players. And this is going to be one of the most competitive seasons of Overwatch Contenders Korea we'll be ever seeing. And also to elaborate on the Genji, definitely we'll be seeing a lot of Genji players because the meta is shifting from the previous Orisa Junker Queen to, yes, the Orisa is still surviving in the meta, but also the Zarya, and the Zarya meta definitely involves a lot of Genji, and I think the Genji will be pivotal in whatever success these teams may want to have.
Certainly, as we will talk more about Genji, Zarya, Orisa, and all that in the game. Before we go into the matches, though, let's take a look at the overview. We do have 5 from the knockouts, 5 from WDG Open Tournament, and they're separated by groups. Group A and B will have round robin basically, and top 3 from each group will advance to the playoffs. So that's the reason why we have this. I guess today is part of week number 1, and then week number 2. But 4 more days are going to come up. So a lot of days for Korea, actually.
Yeah, so we still don't know which teams will be locked in for the single elimination tournament stage. However, right now, at least teams will be having already played 1 or 2 matches. We just have a slight idea of who has like an okay or good read on the meta so far, and which teams are still struggling to get a hold of what's good these days.
Yes, and this what you see on the screen will be the week 3 after all the group matches. Then we'll go into the knockouts, and we'll have second, third going against each other. And the first place will actually start from the next match, as you have seen. So this is the standing after the 3 days of action, because 5 teams in each group basically means the maximum you can get is 4-0 or 0-4. So every number, every win, every loss, that counts. And that's also the reason why we also have plus-minus differentials.
Yeah, so one surprising thing I want to point out here is that Panthera, who I've been mentioning before, was playing in the Overwatch League Opens and Knockouts. This is a team that was not expected to be on the bottom of the table, and yes, they only played 2 matches, but if you look at their differentials, it's very concerning for them. And to be honest, Panthera at this current stage, they have to be their goal is not to top their group. It's about surviving, making that last 3rd place ticket to the tournament stage.
So far, it looks real tough unless they come out big time in the upcoming matches, which technically they're actually not playing today, so it'll be next week. So Panthera will have some time to regroup and rethink about their strategy of what's happening, because the meta seems like it was supposed to be much more stable coming into this week, and then all of a sudden, all these teams are playing some different things all over the place. So we are not quite sure still what exactly where the meta will be settling upcoming week. But first match, we do have 2 teams, Reviver versus Zero. Only 1 match from Group A today.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit more about the meta as the players play the match. But let's take a quick look at these 2 teams. Revival it was previously known as T1 Academy, has already played a match. I think they were pretty competitive on their last match, despite losing. And Zero, they played yesterday, if not mistaken, and wow, what a performance for them, because I want to highlight the DPS duo from Zero right now. Of course, you will see the starting 5 right after this right now, very briefly. But Kilo and Jeu, Kilo, what more do you need to say? He was the hit scanner for the San Francisco Shock, and Jeu, his Genji yesterday was one of the reasons why this meta actually works for him.
Yeah, but okay, let's keep it at Revival for now, though. Yeah, the man in the dark is always going to be the one putting out all the damage, going for the kill. That's what we learned from Detective Conan back in the days. But this roster seems to be doing okay. Revival actually has surprisingly a huge roster compared to Zero, but big roster doesn't always come out on top.
Yeah, surprisingly, we don't see there's 4 tanks and 3 DPSs. We haven't seen any tank other than Ruler play so far, and also Yam hasn't featured in Revival. I think this roster is going to be Revival's strongest roster by far, and we'll see if there's going to be any substitutions. But here is Zero that we've been talking about, Kilo, who I've been talking about so much, formerly of the San Francisco Shock. His sojourn has been very, very impressive, and we saw, and when this man is on any sort of hit scan, maybe even the Cassidy or the Soldier, he needs to be the other team needs to be very, very careful. Jeu has been showing very impressive performances on both the Genji and the Tracer attack. Of course, he has a lot of history. He's been with Talon Esports.
Yeah, well, so Kilo did show us some action of Sombra, just for a brief moment too. And it was quite interesting, as I actually spilled my ice cream yesterday watching Jeu play on that DPS.
And that's definitely, I
did not regret too much.
That portrays very accurately of how Jeu played yesterday. Especially, I remember in Esperanza where Jeu was almost pulling a 2v4, and then yes, they were still winning heavily in that match. However, in that map, but Jeu's performance is something that you probably should want to be looking out for today. And the first map today is going to be Busan, predetermined by comp ops. However, it's still going to be very interesting to see whether each team. I think both teams played Busan previously, if I'm not mistaken.
I am actually mistaken. 100%, yeah, because they played one.
Revival played Busan, and Zero played Antarctic Peninsula.
Okay. So Zero and Revival, they only had one games played so far, one match. So it'll be very crucial if they want to catch up to Poker Face and keep that near first place spot, which it's all about top 3 getting into the playoffs. So I think they certainly need to win. Revival, if they want to remain and get into that top 3. This will be a tough match, but still grabbing as many maps plus a win will be really nice on their standings.
Yeah, Zero definitely would want to contest that top spot of the group with Poker Face, because 2 wins out of 4 games is a very good start. And of course, you don't want to afford to lose games, but if you have a 2-0 standings after week 1, you definitely feel good about your chances of qualifying. And for Revival, starting week 2 on 1-1 and starting week 2 on 0-2 are very, very different start lines. And so even if you lose, even if Revival loses today, keeping an acceptable map differential is very, very important in getting that 3rd place.
Yes, it sure is. And we do see Ruler, isn't that Zarya? We're talking about it for broadcast, as we'll see some neutral fights happening in the middle as Genji. Relying. Actually going for 4 good kills early on. No other
chasing Jeu down.
Oh man, he was isolated by that strip strike.
He was left behind, and this means a numbers advantage for the side of Revival. Yes, Zero does have a little bit of positional advantage, but with 2 members down, actually, Revival looks like they're going to cap the point first.
Even the Ruler does fall for Revival. Still much more members actually falling with me. Surprisingly picking up a lot more with pretty low HP, keeping that up.
Okay, wait a second.
Let's hold on, as Kilo is still alive and he'll back up now.
Yeah, so Wendy does fall, but I think Revival. Okay, I thought Revival would have enough pressure to keep the point, but however, the DPS duo from Zero got the kills, so they managed to retake the point.
Yeah, plus the early fall of Ruler basically meant no one else could actually stay on the point for Revival. So here Zero striking back, flip points, 10 to 15. Not too bad early game.
So it's really interesting to see how different styles clash here, because Revival is going with his Zarya club while Zero is going with the Orisa. Zero feels better when they have a little bit of space, when they can because they outrange Revival, and the task for Revival is to send Windy forward and use those Zarya barriers to keep Windy alive while Windy does the damage.
Yep, and so far it has been working really well, and that's another reason why Jaelu on that Torbjorn was not able to do so much. And in terms of losing members and positions, that's the reason why Revival can actually poke and strike back and remain a lot more space in this middle center.
At this stage of the game right now, Revival should feel pretty good because they're a little bit behind, but they're already going to equalize, and they have the ults remaining, and they are actually ahead in ultimates, and they are in a position to do the early aggression. There is that Dragon Blade.
But well countered by his captive son and few others from Zero.
Windy is alive, but he didn't manage to make any kills, so that's already 3 ults expended by the side of Revival now.
Yeah, that's right. So Zero spending a good amount of time just defending and surviving.
They need to make this worth, because after the Zero is going to have 2 ultimates 2 DPS ultimates, no, but kill falls, and Revival will be able to clean up this fight.
And that was somewhat of a miscommunication. Actually, better step down from Revival. That was the moment for the overclock to line that up with the window.
Yeah, so Kilo falling there was really crucial for the side of Revival, because like I said, G-Cliff, Revival was using a lot of their ults. They used 4 ultimates in total, and Zero was approaching a lot of their ultimates. Oh no, Hyun dying here means that it's going to be delayed even further, and at 88%, can they even touch?
Yeah, Hopback here doing a lot of work. We've been seeing that kill feed, and that soldier not from Zero, not on Killa, it was actually from Revival happening a lot more. Well, we see the other side
finally now. Getting that overlock, but no, but it's too late because
I think the Lucio Boop just kept it, was not able to come in time, which is very unlikely for Zero to actually start on Busan.
Very unfortunate for Zero, because they knew it was their ultimate turn. They had the ultimates and Revival didn't, so it should have been a fight that Zero should have been winning. However, because Kilo fell that crucial fight where Kilo fell when they had that overclock, and also when Hyun fell, so that stagger kill bought Revival enough time, and it was enough because they had enough percentage on the point.
Kind of a weird start for Zero to lose the first, and the Revival actually, I was about to say, when you were already mentioning about those ult usage, and the 3 wasn't really powerful, it didn't really came into use a lot of the time, but Zero just had the perfect response. Back here now.
Windy falling here, that's what Zero should be very wanting for.
Focusing a lot more on Genji, I think that is for sure what you want to have against Revival today.
Remember, Zero is a composition that wants to fight at range. Revival is the composition that wants to close in and wants to have Windy in Zero's face, have that barrier from Ruler, and Windy do the damage, and Ruler gets that energy. And Zero doesn't want that to happen. They want to fight at range. They want casualties to happen on range so that they can fight. By the time Revival's at your face, they're at a ult advantage or a numbers advantage.
So after getting Windy down early on, yeah, Zero just taking massive points, and also changing into Echo for this section of the map. Seems like a very nice move, along with Winston now, who's going to be having easier time against Genji.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about Echo right now is that Revival, on the side of Revival, only Hopeback Sojourn maybe, but not even the Sojourn. Sojourn is a little bit kind of half capable of dealing with the Echo, because yes, the Railgun has that one hit potential, but the main primary fire is more like it's more like a projectile rather than a hit scan, so it's really hard to track the Echo. So it's up to Jinsung's Baptiste to take care of the Echo, so I think Echo might be a really great choice here.
We'll see if that lands enough. And there's Genji again caught by Jehu. And that'll be worse of news for Revival as they tried to do some extra work. That was basically Ruler getting one down. Okay, after twice and more, Revival realizing that, okay, Genji's not just working against the Echo and the better combo with Winston. Now, Tracer comes back for Windy.
Interesting. Interesting read from both teams because Zero has used this composition. Yesterday, actually, in Esperanza, the Winston. So what they want to do is that they're not going to use the Genji, but they want to do almost like a traditional dive to keep the backline of Revival very busy. And Revival pretty much is replacing. So the Tracer does the same job with the Genji, but has an organic form of survival with the recall.
So Nano Winston does get the barrier off of Revival. Still, back again, doing a lot of work. Okay, attack is there, but both of the DPS already fell for Zero. So point turned over to Revival now. And who's going to win the sustain slightly more point towards Revival.
Okay, so Zero finally feels that the pressure from Windy's Tracer is significant enough to match that Tracer with their own Tracer. So Jehu's job is going to be keeping Windy at bay. So keeping Windy's Tracer off of their own team. And I think Zero should be very confident that Kilo should be out shooting Hopeback. So all Jehu has to do is keep Windy away from their team.
And all you have to do is trust. Oh, not really catching too much as the barrier was already up for Zero. Now Kilo doing so much more work. Both of the DPS down for Revival. That this is not even a contest. Already a done fight.
This is going to sting a lot for the side of Revival here because not only did they lose the fight, yes, they stalled the fight long enough to trigger overtime. However, they used a Graviton Surge, a very important ult in Revival's fight plans. And yes, with the Primal Rage coming from Zero, I think it's going to be Zero's turn.
Yeah, I think that was indeed very big ult used already when they had 99% and no other extra sources. Here's attack with the rage, but even that in the corner. Yeah, even with that, Winston, you eventually does go. Yeah, you do go down when you are focused so much in the corner. You think you're invincible, but not exactly.
I think that the damage reduction from the Nano Boost gave attack the false sense of safety because of that damage reduction. However, that application matrix.
Oh, that pulse bomb! Okay, very important that Zero continues to win overtime, and it is 99. Attack comes back with a Doofus now. And that should be it. Revival not being able to grab number one with a 99. It is Zero coming back in Busan.
Wow, I'm really impressed at how Zero is adapting to what Revival is doing because clearly what they started with, they kind of struggled on Revival's Zarya comp and also the Genji as well. And after that, they struggled against the Tracer, against Windy's Tracer, which was pretty impressive. However, they managed to make wholesale swaps to the Winston composition, and it worked. And also, the last-minute Doofus comp may seem like it's going to be a desperation swap for the touch. However, it actually worked. The Doofus was very effective on the last few fights. So this Zero's communication and their composition swaps is actually really impressive, especially on the Contenders level, because you don't see these kind of comp swaps that much as on the Contenders level.
Yeah, I like the fact that Revival is willing to change a lot, as now coming into the third, you see both Sigmas, which is basically somewhat special on this section only. And the big difference, I guess, will be the Tracer versus the Widow of Kilo. You actually make it work. You do have some distance, some shots going in, and finding no kills yet.
So Zero is actually pretty much doing, yes, they're playing a different composition, but they're starting with the same concept that they started the other maps with. Because if you look at their composition, they want to fight at range. They have basically 5 pokes. Widow, yes, the Soldier 76 may be a little bit good on close range.
Yeah, the Rocket's pretty good.
Yeah, but basically this comp is a composition that you want that outranges Revival's composition and wants to take down Revival before they get to close up on you. And right now this is working quite well.
Yep. And there's also, you have to imagine that all the damage is going to go in, but once it doesn't, once you can't connect that many shots, then Revival is going to have all that range on you.
Nice captive son, Jinsung cleaning out the
the newest DPS in game. Jinsung on the front line. That's exactly what you want. If you're lacking some DPS, always a good hero to pick it up.
So this is going to be an interesting fight right now because both teams are almost even on the ultimate sides. Yes, Roller does have the upper hand. Revival can use this very small window where they have ultimate Fiesta falls.
Yeah.
So that means Zero will be able to charge those ultimates. And now it's Zero's turn because they not only do they have the numbers advantage, they have the ultimates.
Oh, Captain Sun. Listen, just had to pull it, and they're basically pulling everything. Saying, okay, we turn it back right here, right now, and we should win the third map here's attack. And it's only just the Visor and Baptiste left for Zero.
Yes, it's only those two left for Zero, but I think these are very key ultimates that can turn the tides of the fight, especially maybe if Revival, maybe if Hofak also uses a tactical Visor and outshoots Jewu, maybe they can win this fight. But since the point is in Zero's control right now, they have the positional advantage. It has to be Revival that has to come to them.
Early Matrix from Fiesta.
Yes, low health bars all around the bar. Kilo very low. Kilo falls. Jewu pops that tactical Visor. Needs to make it worth.
Jewu turn it around, looking against one.
Hyun takes down Jinsung. Hyun actually takes down a lot of the members of Revival, and it looks like this fight's going to be in the favor of Zero.
That was dangerous with Killa going down. It was eventually 4v5 at the moment. Okay, Nofag actually switching back to Widow of his own. So a lot of both the teams matching the number. OKJ was just having 3 farming from the side.
Oh dear, this is going to be final fight territory for the side of Revival, and they only have the captive son. Windy definitely needs to live here. Opec falls, but Windy is the one that needs to touch, so Windy cannot afford to fall.
There's a
here.
recall.
The recall down. Can they have another touch?
Zeus tries to come in, but no, not even close. And there'll be extra time added. And that's 100. Zero just ends up winning Busan.
Wow, so I think a really interesting clash of two different styles right now. Zero, despite using several compositions, they used the Winston comp, they used the Orisa comp, and they used the Sigma comp. But I think the basic concept of what Zero wants to do is that they want to outrange. I've said this multiple times, but they want to outrange Revival, and they have belief that they're mechanically superior to Revival, and they want to, I guess, thin Revival's numbers before they even Revival can put up a fight. And Revival, yes, they did show a few bright spots, but right now it looks like the game is going. They're falling. Well, not falling for Zero's trap, but they're falling to Zero's intentions right now.
Yeah, that was the name of the game basically. Revival, I do believe, and I do see some initial game plan of Genji Zarya did work for the first map, but after seeing those ult usage right after, I was showing some question marks. Eventually, right after that, Zero just said, okay, we dropped the map, but still after that, we still feel very comfortable with what we had before, so they just went on their own path, and eventually it did work out. So that was map number 1, guys, but it is first to 3, so we'll have a lot more maps coming up next. But before that, we'll take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. welcome back everyone to Overwatch Contenders Fall Series Korea with Unknown and G-Clef. We are heading into our map number 2 and don't want to spoil things yet, but it seems like...
What? I want to spoil things.
Okay, no, you can't. We can't spoil it.
Okay.
Guys. We can't
I'll
spoil
be
it. We'll have the image popping up soon enough as Zero seems to be coming back online, warmed up. Maybe they had a false start in the very first, but still right after that they just eventually said, okay, we'll just kind of keep what we want to have, but also respond just enough so it's not too much, too less, so we can also keep our basic mechanics in game.
Yeah, I think Zero definitely has the confidence that they are mechanically better, and so yes, they did kind of, like you said, G-Clef and Mecha Base, they did kind of struggle a little bit on the Genji and also the Zarya from Revival, but in the end, they managed to use a composition where they can, if they just manage to keep their distance, they can just win, like Revival easily, and that's what they did. And next map is going to be Midtown, so we're going to see the pizzas again. We've been talking about this in Apex so much, G-Clef. The pigeons and the pizzas.
Well, that actually eventually made me get 2 pizzas last week. so all those pizza, all of you pizza lovers, I don't know if it's making you get extra pizza or not, but it certainly worked on me. So we'll see if we'll see more pigeons or not. But going on to this map, though, it does seem like because we'll have a lot more pokes on Midtown now, I think it'll eventually favor Zero, but I'm sure because it was a loser's pick.
So
Revival must have something up here on this map.
Well, to be honest, I'm really I have my doubts about this map selection right now because both teams played Midtown yesterday, and Revival lost in Midtown. Yes, of course, they lost 3 maps and they won 1. But Zero, they won Midtown in style. So I'm not really sure if Revival really wanted to get Midtown. But just looking at the bright side, I think Revival also did pretty well, despite losing in Midtown. So maybe they have that confidence, maybe they had that preparation going, and it looks like they're using the same composition that they were both were playing yesterday. But no, Yam is playing for the first time in Contenders Korea this season, and bringing up the Widowmaker, which is a new fresh, I guess, breath for Revival.
Yep, and the moment you see a pig, maybe there are some angles, not too many on Midtown actually. As you can see from the screen, they're all kind of hiding in that small room, but you just have to put yourself out there.
Kilo taking care of Yam. This kind of ruins Revival's game plan, because what I read from Revival here is that, okay, they understand that Zero wants to outrange them, so they wanted to match that poke with the Widowmaker and maybe get that first pick, because yes, the Sojourn does have also a one-shot headshot potential, but the Sojourn requires to stack energy for that, but the Widowmaker with that charged scope shot can just do that. However, Yam just felt like, okay, I'm just not going to play the Widowmaker anymore. I'm going to match the Sojourn, and it's going to be once again the Orisa composition versus Revival! No, excuse me, the Zarya composition.
Yeah, again taken down, but Pax javelin throw there, and that one hits hard as Yam. Okay, no more hero switches, and the moment I said that, Windy actually goes down on the side too. So third time for Zero to sustain off of the side street here. There's no other movement actually required.
So what's really kind of difficult for the side of Revival here, and if you kind of like say that, rephrase that, what Zero is doing really well here is that the game plan for Revival is that you want to send the Genji in, and then you want the Genji to, number 1, just wreak havoc, and number 2, get energy for Ruler, so that Ruler does enough damage for attack to press S instead of W. But in this case, Kilo and Jehu is making picks happen, so that even though if Ruler gets that energy, they're at a numbers disadvantage, so that they can't press W.
Okay, this is a chance to attack. Eventually went down, but there are a lot of ultimates ready to go for Zero. Get into, here we go.
Oh, what a nice shot from Kilo. Yes, so this was a glimpse of how Revival's game plan would have worked, right? Because Windy went in, they made a pick, and so that kind of made an opening for Revival to go in. But unfortunately, Zero had DPS ultimates because they were winning the neutral fights. So, and Kilo with that beautiful shot on Windy, just
shot
dismantled the game plan of Revival.
Yeah, Revival still do have Graviton now, but only a minute left. They actually grab everyone and make it work. They will be shredded apart. Okay, now the will becomes saying, okay, Zarya should have ults. And 2 more chances for Revival.
Revival has a lot of ults incoming, so they should be able. Well, in
theory, yes.
In theory.
There's a Captain Sun early on. Crescent wants to stop everything from happening. Here's a side street.
I don't think there's enough follow
now the
damage.
army's coming with the ults. That's the first kill.
Is a first, and that is going to be Yam's overclock expended. However, Revival with only 20 seconds on the clock, they can't afford to spare ultimates here. They have to use them if they have to, but maybe do they?
Don't even have to. Morals ready to go. There's Kiriko first, but nothing else really expired yet. Zero still just poking from the side.
So this is going to be point A taken from the side of Revival. Actually, really nice fight with the side of Revival because they did not have to use a lot of ultimates. I was thinking that they might have to use at least 3 or 4 ultimates because Zero was in such a good position, and that in the long run would be snowballing into a very difficult point B. But Revival, with only the Kitsune Rush and the overclock used, they are actually in a position to win the next fight.
Hey, no, I have to give it to Revival here. I think Zero, honestly, I think they're willing to lose that first point, but draw out as many ultimates as possible, and Revival didn't really fall for that. Only had to use what they required, only 2 out of 5. So
exactly,
I'm very happy about that fight, and here see Windy finally with that blade and the barrier spans. So 2 more off and an extra push.
The thing is, Revival still has that Graviton Surge, and if used correctly, yes, Zero do have a lot more ultimates incoming. They already have 2. They have the Terror Surge, they have the Duplicate, and they have the Overclock and the Amplification Matrix incoming. However, Graviton Surge has a lot of value based on how you can use it. So if Ruler actually managed to make a beautiful, beautiful Graviton Surge, they might just even win this fight as well.
And there's always the threat, the pressure that the opponent has that Graviton Surge, but it's never been used.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very high damage output. Zarya!
Where'd it go? It disappeared! It was used! Oh man, Ruler must have seen something else that we did not get to see on screen, and that's the entire team of Revival dead. Has to wait for the respawn. 35 seconds.
Well, I guess the bright side for Revival is that Zero had to use 3 ultimates for this. They had to use the Duplicate, they had to use the Overclock, they had to use the Terror Surge as well. So only the support ultimates online for the side of Zero. Yes, those are very powerful ultimates, but Revival also has the Kitsune Rush incoming, and with that, that's going to be the Amplification Matrix denied on the side of Zero.
Oh man, that is just PM. Revival, can they actually, okay, at least got to push a little bit further. Kilo going down.
That's a good kill on Kilo, so that's a lot of damage taken away from Zero.
The response back from coming down, Jeru actually on Tracer.
So Hyun's job is to survive until the cavalry comes. Also, that's up to Jeru's shoulder as well. But Jinso falls, and I think Zero may have bought enough time for the entire squad to come back. And that is going to be the end of Revival's attack.
Yeah, 111 meters for Revival. Not a terrible push, but you would love to have some more points of Midtown as just once over the board for that meter mark. Now, time for Zero to push, as we've seen some great signs of Revival, so I was thinking that they would push.
Where did that Graviton Surge go?
Yes, so yeah, it's off of our screen somewhere. This Ruler's fighting alone on the side.
Wow.
Don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think that fight was really... I don't know. I think Revival would have won that back because if, like I said, G-Clever, if Ruler, that was a very close fight despite Ruler not using that Graviton Surge to good effect. So if that Graviton Surge actually worked, that might have been point B for Revival. And the difference between capping point B and not capping it on Midtown is really, really big.
Yeah, it's huge. You do want your payload to get onto that, the uphill, the drift. The drifting uphill that you always have trouble going up there. But not really getting to even see that point.
Okay, I've noticed that a lot of teams with the Ashe buffs use the Ashe, but I think the Sojourn is definitely the better pick here because the Sojourn, yes, the primary fire isn't that strong and it's also a projectile, so it's really difficult to track. But with the Ashe here, if Zero just gains a little bit more ground, that means less ground, more space for the Ashe, and I think just directly compared to the Sojourn, the Ashe needs a lot more space for that pick to be effective.
We'll see.
Just look at this.
Yeah, just Sojourn outplaying. And do actually on the points already as Scorpion early on. As Killa finds another kill, headshot into Zarya. Ruler going down, and I think just 2 remaining for Revival now.
Do? Hello? Do? Okay. Thank you. Attack, thank you. No, but I think it was a kind of somewhat of a nice shot from Yam.
That's almost a really nice pre-shot.
I don't think that's gonna so that's not gonna be contested despite that.
Yeah, great shot, but still the point already given 5 and 20 left for Zero to push 111.
So 5 minutes on the time bank for Zero to push, and this is a huge time bank. And so Revival, they're swapping to the Sigma. Very interesting choice here. We've seen a little bit of the Sigma on point A on defense on the Apex side of things. However, Jew murdered Yam with the deflect there.
One of the best, it has to be, while playing Genji, one of the best feeling to have that moment. To have the deflect headshot with your correct aim at the right spot.
So very interesting choice of compositions here right now. So both teams are actually going with the poke composition with Zero with the Genji. So both teams have poke compositions and one flanker to harass this long-range snipers. And in Zero's case, this is going to be the Genji. And Revival's case, this is going to be the Tracer. Yes, the hit scan sniper duels is going to be very pivotal. However, it is up to the flankers to make sure that their sniper wins. But Jew falling here means that Revival can have a little bit more pressure on Kilo. So Kilo can't afford to just free shoot here.
Yeah. Coming in on this map, doing a great job, especially on Widow as we come. There's a pulse. Okay, got one down. Kilo does win that Widow duel once again. Attack. In the meantime, has been finding a lot of kills, just like map number 1.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Kilo. Yes. This is actually really, really dangerous for Revival here because this is a stagger kill. And
which means
Zero is approaching the box of victory.
Exactly.
In Revivals, this is going to be the box. Ominous music up to defeat.
3 meters away.
Good gravitic flex, excuse me, but Cheo with
done game.
Oh, this is going to be the end.
Yes. The reason why we have screen all the way inside is because the payload is already there.
So in the end, yes, I think this is the same with Busan. Yes, Revival is making, glimpses of brilliance here, but in the end, Zero is showing that why they are playing with the compositions of confidence, because they know that they're outclassing. They are able to outclass Revival, and they are doing it so.
Yeah, I do think Revival is actually doing a fantastic job of switching heroes and responding back. It's just the mechanical level is just there was some difference in between the teams and all the players in average, and that Revival just cannot match in terms of these headshots and the shots going in. And also that's exactly why Zero is just keeping some more distance and switching back to the heroes that they feel confident. yeah, with those type of team comp, and they are oftentimes coming up with a victory. And that, I think they still had about 4 minutes left when the payload reached the destination. Zero just winning this series really hard so far. It's with a 2-0 score now.
So in the end, in summarizing, yeah, Zero is just proving why they are the better team and why they are the pre-match favorites. But for now, Revival, they still have one more chance, G-Cuff.
They do have one more chance, and before that, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, are we going to have a 3-0 victory or from Zero, or a comeback from Revival? See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is having a good day watching Fall Series Korea, as we are having a lot of full blast, actually. First time for us to actually cast Korea here in Contenders, and man, these two teams, full of talents, certainly has different colors, different themes, and different point of what they want to achieve today.
Yeah.
Of course, a win, but in terms of what they want to try in game, we could totally see the difference.
Yeah, so Revival clearly wants to stick with the Zarya Genji meta. Yes, they do make I think there was a point. Yes, they also tried the Sigma a little bit, but they predominantly wants to play the Zarya. And Zero is pretty much like, hey, we're playing the Orisa until it doesn't work, and then after that we'll think about it.
Oh well, it's never not really working, so I guess they can stay with it as long as they want to.
Yeah, so I think one of the key reasons is that Joe is doing so much work on Genji, Tracer, harassing the backline, sometimes even if on a sniper duel, harassing the other snipers, so that Kilo, who is a very good hit scan, was previously on the San Francisco Shock, like who's basically on Overwatch League level, can do what he wants to do and what he does best.
That's what we are oftentimes seeing because we're having so much attention on to Kilo and Jay with the DPS lines. I'm almost feeling too sad about Attack was on tank and just to support, which does not really get to show much of a screen time on broadcast.
Truly the unsung hero, because yes, we do have to credit Attack because usually it's really difficult to, as an Orisa, because usually the reason why the Zarya was considered meta was because after the Genji goes in and the Genji brings energy for the Zarya does generate enough pressure for the Orisa to fall back, and Orisa that's retreating, that's not pressing W, it's not really in a good position, doesn't have much value, but Attack still manages to keep the value of Orisa up well enough for this composition to work. So credit to Attack, but again, sad, like I guess the sad reality is that the DPS players get all the flashy plays and get all the attention.
Yeah, I guess you're not totally sad because you still show yourself on the kill feed if you have that many kills. But now here is Servasa, number 3, and Revival still keeping that Zarya Genji, okay? Still, I'm not 100% sold on it, but we'll see.
Well,
this flashpoint,
like if you just look at the compositions here, I think the Revival actually has a little bit of an edge here. Because Zero, yes, they want to outrange Revival, but at the same time, they don't have a lot of ability. They don't have the Lucio, they don't have the Symmetra, which is usually used in flashpoint maps. So Revival definitely has to use this extra mobility, extra maneuverability to their advantage.
Yeah, I was about to say, can Crescent keep himself alive? Yes, eventually you can with the pylon and the Vitality Field. And in the meantime, when you have that much attention drawn away to Yo, Revival's gonna strike.
So there was a trade kill on Hyun. However, it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, never mind. I was about to say Zero was having the better end of the fight, but Revival in the end is going to be the winner of the initial fight, and they were going to have that crucial initial percentage on this point.
Yep, Jinsen's Kiriko 2 double headshots in a row, helping the team a lot more, of course, when you have that much DPS poured out from the support line. I guess you don't really need the DPS to be on the side. Zero, I also thought Zero was actually going to win the first 3 fights. Already on 55%.
Yes, because Revival didn't have Ruler. Ruler fell first in that fight, and they still won that fight. And Revival wants to keep the snowball going because they're using the continuing rush.
Field gone. And the window up for Hyun. And Zero keep this up.
I think Zero is has a little bit of dose of a overconfidence here because yes, this comp worked for the last 2 maps, but they definitely need a little bit of more ability because Revival clearly, yes, they're going to lose this fight. However, Revival is showing, I guess, the peak performance of what they've been showing in the last 2 maps because they have that extra mobility, and it looks like it's Revival with that extra mobility is able to win fights against Zero.
Yeah, that's the type of rotation you do need to come up with as Ruler.
So that's the Terra Surge and
early barrier. Not going to spend more from Revival. Zero just going to take this amount of damage.
Revival's going to take this trade any time of the day because that was a Terra Surge and the Captive Sun used just answered by that sound barrier. And I don't think there's any time for Zero to recontest the first point. And even on the second point, I think Revival with not all 3, but 3 ultimates on the board, and the 4th and the Kitsune is already coming back because Kitsune was used so early in the first point. And I think in order for Zero to win this, Kilo needs to use the overclock first and then make a pick. That is going to be the play. They know that Zero's win condition is Kilo. So yes, that is only a 1-kill play, but that is absolutely worth it because it is denying the win conditions of Zero. What a good play from Revival.
Crucial kill, strike back, Attack actually getting a kill onto Yam. Very important as they finally go for the open point. And Ruler still here. without Fiesta, so lacking healing sustained from Revival. Can Zero need to keep this up?
Good Graviton Surge, and that is a very, very high energy Zarya there. A lot of damage, so Zero falling one by one.
And after just keeping that up, kept the position. Zero. Yeah, they spent a lot of ults. Actually, did not even get the points. Revival should be very happy about this. Should be getting close to 40% when they come back.
Very expensive fights on both sides. Yes, Zero will be having that Captain Sun earlier, so they will be having one ultimate where Revival does not. But I think Revival, I think they can, if they can stall enough for that percentage to go up to 60 or 70, they can even just elect to give up that point. If that means they can have an ultimate advantage on the next fight. However, Fiesta falls first, so maybe Zero does not have to use that Captain Sun at all. This is a totally different story because now Revival has to be the one going to retake, and they're going to be at an ult disadvantage.
Yes, that is correct. As Jeu did come back with the Genji, no more Torbjorn. As we're talking flashpoints, and unless you have the world's strongest turret, yeah, even before the ults, and when your team does not have a Lucio, you're just lacking mobility, as Unknown is always highlighting on Flashpoint. Now Revival does have Lucio Genji, the comp that can potentially move very fast and dive into the team. Zero, the ultimate's ready to go.
So Revival has to make a decision. They are approaching the Dragon Blade very quickly. Do they want to use this? Oh, Wendy with that kill on Yun and Elect, and they actually do elect to use that Dragon Blade. Can they win the fight with this though? If they win, because this is going to be a very crucial win for Revival because Zero used all their ultimates on their toolbox.
Look at Ruler responding back. That was close, but still, when the 2 DPS from Zero, when they're alive, you still have to have some faith, some trust in the team. Two, the last one up here. Trying to buy time.
They want to contest this? What?
Really? Blade? Are you considering it? He's still alive! The pylon!
No, like, yes, even if they win this fight, I don't understand why they would have wanted to invest ultimates in a point that was already plus 90%. I think the Revival may have thought that they couldn't be able to contest the point. However, wow, that is...
Hey, it was only Genji for a brief moment. So maybe Revival thought they had the mobility to take that over. Sometimes you do want to be greedy and take the second point because Zero, after changing that Torbjorn, it does seem like the fights are going towards their way.
Yeah, of course, there would have been reasoning for that, and I respect that. However, like in the end, this is going to make the fight a little bit harder for Revival to take down. However, Kilo falls, and that was also a overclocking Sojourn. So okay, so they probably feel good about this because they probably would in a normal situation they would have probably wanted to use that sound barrier for winning that first fight, but they won that fight without using the sound barrier anyways. So maybe that's kind of like okay, they're back. I think they're back on track.
Okay, but we're still waiting for that blade. Down from Jeu, it has been hold for a pretty long time now. Killu's low. Strikes back. Graviton really good on Graviton Surge! But the rest of the team falls! Zero actually responds pretty well with the amount of damage that they pour out.
Yeah, so I think what was really important there was that Kilo taking down Yam before that Graviton Surge was casted was really important because I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was 3 members of Zero affected by that Graviton Surge, and if Yam was there, that's the easiest headshot of your life, and so that means that fight would have probably gone to the side of Revival, but Revival's, I guess, most consistent source of damage was taken out before that. So in the end, if you just look at the results here, Revival just lost a fight and at the same time expending the Graviton Surge.
It's actually one of the easier things when the enemy's attacking towards a target and you know that's happening for sure. Okay, that was denied there, but Jinso nicely focused by Revival. Had to use a few ultimates for that, but still, great deny.
Oh, Windy taken down, and Jail with that blade looking for a target, but it's taken down by Ruler, so it looks like this is going to be Revival's point.
Yes, Doomfist was also changed.
That was for the sake of the touching, but...
Person is technically there using the captain's zone. They're back with 99%. They want to turn it around, and they might just be able to do so. Just falling back with outbursts just in time.
Windy wants this point so bad because they know if they lose this fight, it's going
with the building.
This point is going to the side of Zero, and the flip is there actually, and this means that it
can Ruler sustain. Has the gravity surge, but no one to actually pair that up with. Had to use it, drop it down, and still Kilo was able to bring two before going down. This is an immense fight between the two, just coming from Brother.
Whoever wins this fight is going to be
way too many more for Zero.
It's going to be very, very ahead on whatever fights that's going to be next, because remember, both sides were very desperate for this point. They used ultimates all around. G-Club, how long this fight was? Just like
that was actually almost another point from Flashpoint.
Like the fact that Ruler used two graviton surges just for this point.
Yeah, the moment that attack changed to Doomfist, I knew that Zero wanted to contest, but didn't actually know that they were going to turn it around and get the point. Revival, I'm pretty sure they were also surprised, had to use the graviton surge. A lot of big key ultimates.
That was
now
good setup
for
attack and Kilo.
Yes. This will be one of the points actually first kept from Zero on this Flashpoint.
I think Revival is... Things are not looking really good for Revival right now.
Do you actually think they should have just gave the last point up because it was just way too much contest?
Yes, but I think...
You had your 99% already.
Yes, but I think I still understand, like, unlike other fights, I understand Revival's, like, desperation to use those ultimates because they are... Oh, this is a positive for here. Let me talk about the previous fight a little bit more since we have the time. Because they were already invested. They already had their foot on the point. And they had to win. And that meant that they could have definitely... I mean, they... Even at the cost of investing more ultimates. Because if they lose, even without using that final Dragon Blade or the Graviton Surge, they're still at the back foot anyways, because they already used a lot of resources for that overtime fight. And, like, hey, you're on a 1 ult disadvantage or 2 or 3 ultimate disadvantage. I think it was worth a chance.
Yeah, I think it was totally worth it. And as a gamer, you always feel, and maybe not for each map, but at least within a match, there's always a point that you do think, okay, this has to be the point. This has to be the moment where we come up with a win, and this is going to be the turning point or a securing point. I think both teams felt that way at that point number 3 right there.
Good point.
And just had to press everything. That's the moment sometimes when both teams are feeling exactly the same. That's the gamer sense that I just love to see all the time.
That's the point where you really want to all in. And yes, I don't want to kind of like lower expectations for the last point fight, but both of the teams probably thought that whoever takes this point takes this map. So that's why I think both teams did not hesitate in using all their resources. And let's just I think Revival. Usually when I see teams just use ultimates on a losing fight, I say, hey, you should have probably kept that ultimate. However, for this fight specifically, I think it wasn't really Revival's fault for pressing all those Q buttons, but it was just credit, like Zero, like Revival made the right decision, Zero made the right decision, but Zero just fought better.
Yeah, even within that hectic moment, Kilo before going down, bringing 2 along with him. It was just amazing action. Okay, we're back. Just had slight connection issue, and with all of those ultimates, actually slightly more. Both played with these here.
So this is actually a replay.
Okay. I was about to say, they all of a sudden have all the ultimates?
So I'm hearing from production that Jinsung is having connectivity issues, so it may be taking a little time for Jinsung to come back. And I mean, thank you production for that replay because, you know, chat doesn't have to watch our faces.
Yeah, that was the moment.
And appreciate the good gameplay over there.
Yeah, Captain Surge early on. And Jehu, you can trust any hero on this guy, especially on hit scan.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, man. Seeing some different angles from between the fights, and we do have to credit both teams. I think Revival, they already going back to the moment that we were talking about. I mean, they still there are moments in our games too. Well, you do realize even after dropping the big button, you will still come out very likely to lose. But still, you're looking for that small chance to maybe win this entire map because you pressed it. Because if you don't take the chance, you might never get one. So
yeah, and those are big ultimates that were used, like not just the Graviton Surge, but also the Dragon Blade, the Terra Surge, which is not. Yes, I don't want to say that a single ultimate is like more valuable than the other, but it definitely has a different impact. I'm hearing that we're going to unpause, so let me. Well, fortunately, we'll be able to get back in that game really soon. But just coming back to the game, I just really want to credit Attack here because Attack, formerly on Talent Esports, was almost a Sigma one trick. Well, not a Sigma one trick, but more predominantly a Sigma player. And seeing this player play the Doofus, play the Winston, play the Orisa is definitely adding a lot of value to Zero's gameplay here.
Yeah, certainly has to use the Kiriko ult. Spent for Zero, but Revival still has a long way to go collecting those numbers. Still off of the point now. 5% to go. You do have to come in eventually.
Revival, you have to touch because this is 99%.
No
this is map point on match point.
Barrier will be there. Immediately spent. Oh, Jinsun was not caught in that barrier. Jehu with that melee just before that barrier hit.
They got to touch it. They made them flip, but at what cost? At the cost of their lives. And they are one domino falls and everything falls after. And I don't think there's anyone to touch. And that is going to be, yes, we had a pause, but it is only delaying the inevitable. Zero wins 3-0 in a very convincing fashion. And what a game, G-Clef.
What a game. I actually liked that pause a little bit, so just because we could talk slightly more about the moment. But Zero certainly seemed to be the favorite of the match coming up before we started, and they indeed delivered. And the train and the amount of work they put into this match, I think they had specific work they wanted to accomplish. And I think they did. It wasn't totally perfect. It wasn't a perfect score with a 3-0 if you look in-game, but still I think they had what they wanted accomplished out of this match.
Exactly. They had a composition. They had several compositions, actually. But again, Zero had a very clear game plan in mind, despite playing very different versions of compositions. And I think they achieved what they wanted to do today. And I think teams should be very, very careful of how they approach Zero right now because they know that they have good talent. Kilo, I can't phrase this guy enough. Kilo, a very dominant hit scan player. Jehu, yes, he was good, but he's even better coming into the fall series here. Attack, a very evolved form of previously on previous iterations of Zero and also different rosters, and even the backline looks very decent. So if Zero thinks that they're a better team than you, then they will be using this composition again. And it looks like, yes, Revival did their best, but this concept of this game plan doesn't look like it's going to be easily taken advantage of.
I think today's was a really big challenge for Revival to actually come up with the entire win from the series with the big focus with Genji Zarya. Of course, it is big right now in the meta and it can be strong, but not against a team that you are fighting uphill. So I think there were some moments like on the other side that you could feel, but still a lot of work to be done from the team of Revival. Let's see how they can actually, if they can turn it around and stay within the top 3 from Group A, that will be the big news. But still, Zero seems to be on top right now.
Yeah.
So that should put them with a +5 now, I think, in the second place, right below Poker Face.
Yeah, we forgot to mention, well, not forgot, but there is the player of the match, Jehu here. Like, yes, like you mentioned, G-Clef, Genji is a very integral part of whatever composition you play in this meta specifically.
He's never out. He's always
exactly.
He's always
and
there.
Jew, not only phenomenal performance on the Genji today, but also on the Tracer. Yes, Tracer. Unlike the previous meta where they were using double flankers, but Tracer in this meta is doing the same job as the Genji and as what the Genji does, but with less support and less resources used from the team. So I think Jew in this meta is doing a phenomenal job and well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, sometimes the meta works around exactly what you had before, but when it doesn't, you do have to follow and grab those heroes as soon as possible. And certainly it does look like Zero is having a good time. Maybe it'll take some more time for revival, but let's see, as we still have to have one more week and a lot more matches for these teams to play, as we will now move from Group A to Group B real soon. We do have 4 more teams coming up today. Man, Korea seems to be kicking some interesting techs as we came into a new meta with the Zarya patch. Having a lot of fun already.
Yeah, so usually when a new patch drops, it's like the most boring patch is where like both teams are just mirroring everyone, right? But right now it's more of a little bit of a rock paper scissors meta, especially around the tanks. And this is really fun because a lot of the teams have different reads and different styles of play, and this is so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, exactly. A lot more entertainment coming up next as we have it right there. SPG versus JNGK will be the next match. Guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Fall Series Korea. And welcome back everyone to Fall Series Korea. Here we're going into match number 2 of the night. It will be SPG versus JNGK. These two teams showing some great moments, some up and down, but still seems to be some great moments with the roster, actually going back and forth, as we do have indeed very big rosters from both teams. But so far I've been liking a lot. For the first match from Korea, you just have to enjoy so much from Korea all the time.
Exactly. Wow. These two teams are both I think, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they both are at 1-0. So these are the two teams that are going that are aiming for making that top 3 in that group, and they want to solidify their position by getting a second on week 1. Yes, SPG has been looks like on paper they look like they're going to be the favorites. They have been around for a long time in Contenders. They also have been going against Overwatch League teams in the Overwatch League Opens and also in the Overwatch League knockouts as well. JNGK, well, they're still around. They still have been around for a long time in Contenders, but not at that caliber of the Overwatch League. However, if you just look at yesterday's matches, the JNGK definitely making a point for themselves that they should not be looked down at.
Yeah, I do like the style, especially from JNGK. I do have the Spint, one of my favorite players from Korea coming out. But on screen, we do have SPG as this squad trying a lot of different things for sure. They certainly do need a win if they want to go up to that first place spot, as they have 1-0, but with a +1. Not like JNGK, who already has +3 on that map differential. So you do want to have the first place advantage escaping out of the group. And here is JNGK, the team that we talked about.
Yeah, so in this lineup, I want to highlight 2 players. Of course, all the players are very talented here, but Spint has been a very, very impressive Genji in that last match. And Tamper also. Tamper has a lot of history. Do you
G-Cliff, are you familiar with the name Meta Athena?
Yes, I am, especially towards the end season of Apex days.
Yeah, so Apex days, very, very ancient days now, and like this was pre-Owl days. So Tamper was on the roster for Meta Athena, and this is a player that has a lot of history and also a lot of experience. So it's very interesting to see how they will fare against the very strong SPG roster. And our first map is going to be Ilios, G-Cliff.
I do like it, where we have we might see some more air action, contest heavy, or that Genji just might be flying more in the air. We never know, or some widows. So a lot more hero pool already packed, as it is Ilios, and some more Zarya I'm expecting, if possible.
Yeah, SPG. I don't, like for me, I'm really interested to see if Milgaru wants to play the reset with the ball. Yesterday, Milgaru. Well, I need to do a little bit of history lesson here. Milgaru was known for being a ball one trick and being very good at that ball. However, yesterday on the match against Panthera, Milgaru carried with that Orisa pick. But again, Ilios is actually a pretty decent map to play the ball. So I'm really curious to see which form of Milgaru we're going to see on Ilios today. And for JGK, I think they could be the Zarya, like they're hovering right now. That's what I want to see here. Milgaru with that ball, teasing the ball. Of course, there is some time to swap, but I would definitely like to see that signature pick on the ball on the side of SPG here.
So when we talk about Wrecking Ball one trick, I always do worry. But at this level, at Milgaru's level of Wrecking Ball, not too much to worry about.
Well, I mean, Milgaru justifies like being a ball one trick. He's
Yeah, see that ball
good.
just going alone, straight on. No one else to cover him.
I think this is actually a very decent response to the Zarya Genji composition, because remember, JNGK, the Zarya comp what Zarya comp is all about is sending the Genji to harass. But who is there to harass?
Yeah.
Okay.
She already dead. Argon, ooh, that was a close fight between the two. Spin does win at the end of the day, along with Milgaru and JNGK finally points. Oh, hold on.
No, there's still that possibility to contest. Yes, Milgaru does have to. Ooh, okay. There is that. Milgaru's there to contest. Oh, taking a lot of damage from that Zarya. So JNGK takes our first cap, but pressure is down. So that means Milgaru and SPG will have that chance to recontest and maybe make that flip happen.
Take the first point, but lose that second fight potentially, as you're missing a tank for the longest time. And it takes forever. Might actually have to send the Lucio to... Oh, never mind. As JNGK actually keeps on losing members one by one. Not a good sign.
Remember, so the whole point about the Zarya Genji comp is about, like I said, I said at the start of the map, to send Genji in and harass, and not just harass. So Genji has two jobs: getting energy for the Zarya and taking out the backline of SPG. Yes, maybe I was wrong about there's nobody to harass, because there is the Ilari, there is the Bastion, and there is the Baptiste. However, the second job of getting energy for Zarya doesn't mean that much, because remember, Zarya is effective when the high energy Zarya is very effective against Orisa, because they're just, you know, standing in front of each other. But Milgaru's not gonna be there. Milgaru's not gonna be in front of Zarya, so the high energy Zarya is not gonna be as effective.
Oh, artillery actually getting one here, as much of the aggro was pulled down by the Wrecking Ball again. SPG, I guess the game plan is to keep that Bastion alive from support, and Tracer, oh, you do on your own, but here is Spin. The Genji that has been quite a lot of work already.
That's a good stall, yes? JNGK wins that fight, but number one, that was a very expensive fight. That was 3 key ultimates used on the side of JNGK. There was the Dragon Blade, there was the Graviton Surge, there was also the Sound Barrier, and SPG actually stalled long enough for them to be in a very advantageous position. So if SPG manages to win just one more fight here, they might be able to pressure JNGK into final fight territory.
Yeah, without temper. Oh, but Archie. Okay, looks for some more.
No, but the kill feed actually kind of fooled us here because that was just the pylon and that immortality field. So no casualties on the side of SPG.
Yeah, not yet. We did see one more kill happening from pressure. as
Argon takes that
back.
spin. That's a very important kill for SPG here.
Trying to crawl and strike from the side. Not enough damage, has to recall all the way back. Here's Archie, Bastion Ward. And damage just not enough as he has to find his own heal.
Uchan takes that pressure, so that is going to be the flip for SPG. JNGK has to move fast, or it's going to be they have to make desperation touches just to keep this round alive.
Still, JNGK.
Oh, that's a good stagger on the side of SPG. And also, that's a Lucio, one of the members that have to touch. Now it's going to be spin on the Genji that has to do the desperation touch. But can he be even alive?
That'll be the real question, 1%. And some contest, but can they really keep it up? We're Wrecking Ball just blocking a path. One joining, there's a captive Sun.
JNGK has to press absolutely everything just to stay alive on that point.
Down.
And even if they win this fight, this is going to be very, very difficult for the upcoming fights. Because, oh wait, they saved the Dragon Blade?
They did, and Surge is still there. The Sombra actually did quite a lot of work. But SPG still holding 3 big ultimates, so we'll see how this Genji is going to either destroy the Bastion backline or some more minefield with a pulse bomb from SPG.
Okay, so that was a very good fight on the side of JNGK. Yes, SPG has few ultimates coming, but
early blade, your spin, and extra kills.
Yes, the flip was there, but the fight is already in the side of JNGK's favor, so this is yes, very clever for SPG to deny the overtime coming. So, yes, they have one more chance, but just because they flipped the point, because if they didn't, that would have been well over in favor of JNGK. I think they still have one more chance. The overtime is triggered.
Can't do the mine, was hacked. Great catch by Sombra.
Yes, the mine is there, but the mine is only so effective.
Oh, the gravity surge is so huge! Catches everyone around the pillar!
That was a huge pull spot for Argon! They still need to touch!
Can Argon make it work? Okay, Jin. GK! Argon?
Pressure is there, so that is a lot of damage on Argon! And SPG is unable to touch. What a fight! What a comeback from JNGK! I thought this map was over. I thought this round was already over.
That has to be one of the cleaner comeback of the entire. Well, that was actually very impressive from JNGK. Sombra switch was so incredible, did so much work. It seemed like the blade did most of the damage, but it's actually what was off screen. The Sombra head delaying the minefield for such a long time actually delayed the key moments of SPG striking back into the point.
Yeah, that was really important as well, but I think what was really crucial on that fight was, remember, when SPG was on control of the point and had 70%, JNGK winning that fight without using the Dragon Blade and the Graviton Surge was what was really, really crucial for turning things around, because SPG had the mines at that point, and they still won without using a lot of resources.
Yeah, that's true. And the huge Graviton Surge was certainly a big sauce. What they needed on top here, SPG. Now, Milgaru on Get Diva.
Okay, definitely seeing a lot of new colors for Milgaru here, which is interesting to see. RK taking down Argon, so this is going to be early advantage for JNGK.
Still controlling that momentum. And sliding that into the second. PSJ not really having the best time.
Ooh. That was a good Bionade by Tamper. And okay, follow up by RK on KSJ. So stalling a little bit more and that much extra progress on the point for JNGK. Yes, Spint does get anti-needed. However, it looks like it's not gonna stop him from killing all around. Backline gone for the side of SPG, and yet again, progress delayed for the side of SPG here.
Oh man, oh no, we had our high, spotlight basically fixed on Spin even since the open tournament. And this guy delivers. And Genji is a hero that cannot be stopped sometimes.
So SPG makes wholesale swaps for the side to a Winston
Nano.
dive composition, and Lee Soo-min just has to use the Nano just to keep Uchan alive. Which is actually pretty worth.
Yeah, worth, and also was able to do some more extra damage. That's a bomb that will kill.
Well, I mean, to be honest, that's not going to be as much damage because they had to reset anyways. Yes, they're going to be delayed a little bit, a few seconds further, but I think that's, like, if Spin died with using that Dragon Blade, that would have been a disaster for JNGK, but however, they have to reset anyways, and Spin, they are going to look at that Nano Blade online here.
Now SPG has to find a way to come back after this return.
There is that Nano Blade! Uchan down, 1, 2!
You do not want to be in the sight of Spin at that moment.
Argon responds with RK. However, it is still a 4v3. Oh, good nade on Argon here, because that was really important, because Argon was the one that SPG probably wanted to send for that recontest, but being threatened with that bio nade meant that there was nobody to touch, and there is that double support ultimate used by SPG. They desperately want that flip here.
Everything used on the point here.
Oh, that's
on top.
Good Graviton surge by pressure.
It's pretty good from JNGK, but they can't really keep
but
this.
also a good answer by SPG here.
You stall that much time and survive?
Spin
and win? No way that this just happened.
Oh dear, that's gonna be a flip. That means this is going to be...
No way.
Wait, can they even touch?
SPG used that much and was not able to pull out a win.
No, they can't! Oh, goodness.
And it's a 1-0 map score.
Oh my
God!
What a pacey map from. Wow, that was really.
I guess when you have that much strong of a Genji to just go into opponent's face like that, I guess Zarya works so much better.
Yeah. So remember what we said at the start of the day, Genji is pivotal on this meta because. Yes, you send your Genji, whether it's a Winston Genji or whether it's paired with the Zarya Genji, you have to send your Genji, and the Genji's job with the Zarya is that number one, with the barriers, the Genji earns energy for Zarya to win that frontline fight, and not only that, if Genji can actually make a few picks, then that makes life so easier for the ally hit scan to win the fight. And Spint right now is on fire.
And oftentimes it cannot be stopped, and SPD tried to stop it with some Nano Winston, but even that was not enough. Let's see what they come up with next as we go into map number 2 after this short break, guys. Stay hydrated. And welcome back, everyone. Hope you got some H2O within that 3-minute break as we go into our second map here. JNGK is leading 1-0, big time in the map score, but SPG certainly had their brighter moments. It seems like we're continuing with the storyline today as is Genji Zarya powerful enough in the right hands, or is it just not when you are up against a very nice comp?
I just can't erase that feeling that JNGK is playing Zarya, Genji, like they're kind of like displaying, hey, this is how Zarya Genji should be played. And it really revolves around how strong your Genji player is. And Spin right now is, I'm very careful to say he's at the pinnacle of Genji play right now, but he's definitely showing that he's worth the resources that is being invested into him, because that is a lot of, if you play the Zarya Genji comp, that is a lot of like resources invested in that Genji, because potentially 2 barriers, maybe?
Yeah, Nano in the bubble all the time.
Well, like even 2 bubbles, like potentially 2 bubbles as well. So that's a lot of resources. Like if Genji does not reap the results, then they probably don't like. The worst case scenario is that Genji, even with that bubble, they die. And Zarya doesn't have a lot of energy, and there's no protection for the backline. That's kind of like the worst case scenario. But right now, JNGK is showing the best case scenario where Zarya is on high energy because Genji is getting attracting a lot of aggro, and the Spence Genji is forcing SPG into a lose-lose situation where they either have to die to the Genji or have to try killing the Genji and feeding Zarya a lot of energy.
Well, that's a lot of talk of Genji because they're certainly delivering. They did in Ilios, but it's the next maps from the losing team. As the chat was always saying, well, next map better be a ball map, as Milgaru is going to have some fun time in King's Row. We'll see if they can come back big time, because it seems like right now this comp is just working so solid for JNGK.
Well, King's Row is a very, very reasonable choice. This is, I believe, the first time in Fall Series Korea that we're going to see King's Row. We've seen a dominant like preference for Midtown for a lot of teams in Contenders Korea. However, I think this is a very reasonable choice because JNGK, SPG know that it's going to be because JNGK has a preference for going Zarya, and Zarya does not have a lot of influence on high ground. And I think this really shows in that why JNGK wants to do defense first, because on defense, they can take the long route to taking the Zarya on the high ground, but on the attack, it's going to be very difficult for Zarya to have any influence on the high ground, and I think SPG is just meant to what the meaning of the map pick was precisely that.
Yeah, quick teleport with the Symmetra all the way on top, destroying the placement of JNGK, flipping the sides eventually. And there's a drop.
So SPG is pulling the London Spitfire strat, and they are using the Symmetra TP very, very well. And
that's first point.
Yeah, I think that's already first point.
With the first teleport up on top, this made JNGK this position, the entire team. The second TP onto the trophy, that was basically it. As you can see with the team comp, they're just gathered all around with Symmetra, Meg, Reinhardt.
A really smart play from SPG here. I don't think that JNGK was expecting Milgaru to play the Reinhardt. Remember, this player, even in the Owl Opens and Owl Knockouts, did not play a bunch of heroes. And definitely, I don't think they were expecting Reinhardt on the menu. And Reinhardt, like even on a comp perspective, is traditionally very strong against the Zarya.
Here's the blade. Early on, Spins gets one.
I think it's okay. Like at this point, they just give up the fight and they just don't use any more resources and they regroup.
Yeah, it was pretty nice timing, I would say, because SPG did lose. No, JNGK actually did lose a member from Base Icicle, I believe, on the headshot. And delaying the spot. This could be a choke point.
Yeah, so this is a really big choke point that the defense side wants to take advantage of.
Early window.
There you
Go.
go.
And the barrier.
That's that sound barrier that they've been saving. So, yes, they have a means to fight back.
So Arke. Lock on and Nana on pressure.
JHK really wants to keep SPG on that choke point here. But despite their best efforts, SPG is they're making progress. Yes, Uchan falls maybe, so that's the stabilizing point that JHK wants.
Yeah, SPG, I think they wanted to push a little more, but yeah, the entire team doing a lot of work.
Yes, JHK managed to stabilize. However, I do think that SPG still feels good about this because they made it through the initial choke point. Yes, it's still a choke point, but it's not. The payload is not inside the tunnel. And also, SPG has very, very key ultimates here in the form of Blizzard and the Earth Shatter. And I don't think JNGK has any means of answering that.
Yeah, there was a funny moment where initially they were intentionally taking more damage to get the nano up faster from mana to get the heals.
I mean, but at 52%, like that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot more. You can need a lot
back
more.
then it was about 30% when Genji was actually taking damage. So SPG continuing to push. Now there's a wee wall.
Good
Great
wall.
bubble.
That forced out one of the barriers here, and of course, like SPG is going to be on the counter. That shatter! That was a haughty great shatter. Yes, Spin, good job of deflecting any kind of melee damage. Oh my god, goodness,
better for
Spin!
JGK. That could have led to a lot more kills, but instead...
No, this was... The Spin actually single-handedly carried the fight here because not only the Dragon Blade picked up a few kills, but after that shatter, Spin was right in front of Milgaru to deny any sort of damage because remember, the deflect not only really, like namesake, deflects any projectiles, but it also denies the melee damage. So the hammer swings from Milgaru did not lead to any kills. So even though that was a huge shatter, I did say haughty great shatter, but the follow-up damage was not there. So that gave the JNGK the opening to win that fight. And now, look at the ultimates here.
Yep.
Good wall to deny a lot of follow-up damage.
Everything had to be used from SPG. Barrier up, but pressure's already down. Okay, Nano Genji, no blade. Still Arcade doing some work, but photo barrier. It deletes so much damage coming up from JNK.
This fight's getting a little wacky here because, okay, a lot of action here. Let me kind of streamline it for you. Good Graviton Surge by pressure. Good wall from Although. And yes, there were a few kills on the side of JNGK, but all those wall made sure that JNGK had to invest a few more ultimates to make sure that they win the fight. And that was good enough of a window for SPG to fight back and make that cap happen. And now it's going to be SPG's turn. Of course, yes, if Spin can make that blade worth it.
Hold all the way up. You land a few more, okay? Yeah, that's how you make things work, and oftentimes, Spin is coming up clutch.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is that SPG is approaching a lot of ultimates, and JNGK only had that Dragon Blade. So unless Spin could make a lot of a difference, a major difference with that Dragon Blade, SPG, time was on SPG side, but Spin just denies the odds and makes the impossible happen.
And even more, SPD continuing to push with Blizzard. Metra catching 2 more kills. And the payload is actually so far away that they're actually not punching.
Yeah, a few kills here. I think JNGK still has a 1 or 2 more chances to contest, and they will be having that nano boost. So I think that the main target of that nano boost is going to be the Genji or the Zarya, depending on how much energy the Zarya has. But the crucial part is going to be whether this run Earth Shatter is going to be there.
Very on time.
Sound barrier to save pressure, but pressure is still very low. Will pressure be able to survive? Off dies instead. Pressure is also very low. And low health bars all across the board for JNGK, SPG. Yes, 4 members. The sound barrier is there for extra.
There's a gravity surge, but maybe too much used to keep that pressure alive, and SPG does touch. The round is over. There's that 3-pointer. Pressure was alive, but way too much use just to keep him alive.
Despite Spit's best efforts and heroics, JNGK makes this happen and full caps King's Row, which is actually pretty hard to do. And yes, despite having less than a minute on the time bank, well, it's very impressive. Look at this. This is what I've been saying. Denying a lot of damage with that deflect and then following up with the Dragon Blade. Wow, Spit, remember, this is a player born in 2007.
People were born in 2007?
Yes. 2007.
They can play Overwatch?
Means that he's 16. He's 15 right now because it isn't his birthday. His birthday's in December. Still, I still want to credit SPG. Like I said, despite Spit's best efforts, I think it was a good try. It was a good effort and a good good compositional decision to play the Reinhardt. And yes, it looks like it seems like Spin kind of was the hero of the day, but in the end, SPG got what they came for and got a full cap 3 points. And JNGK, okay, I think SPG would probably expect JNGK, to play the Zarya, and here is why SPG picked King's Row, because Zarya on attack without without the Symmetra lacks the vertical mobility, and SPG needs to take full advantage of this.
And they will with some draw over with Milgaru all the way in the back, forcing them to be near the telephone booth. And JNGK trying to follow up with the rotation, but SPG now going back and forward, trying to keep Fashion alive. Doesn't manage to survive.
So off is down, Arc is down.
Uchan. Oh man, that's a team wipe.
So I think this is a very comp difference here, because remember, Zarya on attack, especially on King's Row, does not have access, or rather have very limited access to the high ground, like I've been mentioning all map. And so the only way that JNGK can flush the defense from SPG on the high ground is by sending the Genji and the Lucio as well, and giving them the barriers to do that. However, with the entire defense and also with the Ball and Mei, it's very difficult for the Genji, even with the Zarya barrier, to make any meaningful damage to the defense on the SPG side. So this is, I think, they're definitely showing why they wanted to play King's Row here.
Some great catch happening from Milgaru on that ball. As those drivers can only hit so many, but oftentimes he's been landing it and grabbing some good old charges. Now here's JNGK back on their feet. Oh, loses pressure immediately when the blade happens. Here is now
Yes, Spin takes down Ucha. Oh, Lisamin's down, 8's down as well. So yes, JNGK does lose pressure. However, they might be able to have that window of opportunity to actually cap that point.
Forces out
Milgaru. Hello?
And okay, let's slow down just in time, but how many?
No!
Can they make it work? Okay, actually grabs some surges out of them. Yeah, the mine was used at the last second.
Wait a second. Wait. All those wall, I think although kind of misclicked that wall over there, because I think they tried to kind of divide. Well, the initial intent was trying to divide JNGK and then slam with the ball and then follow up with the mines. But I think there was a little bit of a misclick on the side of Aldo there, so it actually kind of hindered Milgaru's progress into the point. But what's done is done, and SPG still has few key ultimates. JNGK, but the problem is that the side of JNGK also has some tools to answer as well, namely the Graviton Surge and the Overclock. But Tamper falls first. JNGK probably does not want to invest any more ults here.
As they would love to have continuous push here. Oh, but SPG is running okay, not really losing too many. There's a Captain Sun, Wuchan in the air.
Oh,
Okay.
that was the detonation damage taking out too. Pressure falling down as well. Wuchan just cosplaying as a DPS player there, and well, taking 3 members, meaning that JNGK has to reset. But again, if you look at the ultimates here, now it's going to be JNGK's turn. The question is, do they want to go with the Graviton Surge, or do they want to wait for the Nano Boost and go with the Nano Blade?
You have a secondary option. The ultimate's ready to go, but Spin.
Off is
the side.
gone, and pressure's gone, and also, what, do you know what's gone,
Oh.
G-Cliff? The Graviton Surge is gone!
Yes.
So the JNGK is actually forced to go with the Nano Blade here. That's going to be the only thing that's left, only tool that's left for JNGK to make a chance at making progress on the payload. However, the difference here for SPG is that SPG has the Terra Surge. Oh, Spit goes down. This means a few more seconds now. Who says Milgar is no longer a ball one trick? He is a great tank. Oh, the Nano Surge, the Nano Boost goes to
Zarya,
Pressure.
pressure. Yeah, now I do realize from a minute ago that Milgar was on that Orisa and has been having a great moment. Maybe picking up most of the kills from the previous fight, and here is the response though. JNGK,
Oh man,
good response.
Milgara, how do you make those spears land?
He's attached to the opponent.
Spin wants to be the hero here, and he actually
one more.
makes it happen.
And finally, oh, this payload was pushed all the way back because SPG pushed them so far for such a long time.
So JNGK had yes, they won, but it was a very expensive win for them. So they have the rally incoming, they have the overclock incoming as well, but SPG has the higher value ults here. So SPG definitely has time to contest, and they will be able to use the Terra Surge and the Blizzard. And Spin is going to be down, so maybe they don't even need to use these ultimates, and they probably won't. And JNGK, I think the best option for them right now is for Arcade to just use the overclock next turn and try to make a pick.
Didn't really fully get to 100%, but it will be on when there's that next team fight.
Remember, there's only 22 seconds left on the clock, so any stagger kills may be very, very
Yeah, JNGK needs to
crucial
push
here.
all the way from now on, even after touching that for extra time. They're still very far away. Oh, bubble already.
Uchan down.
Overclock.
So this may be an opportunity, but can they touch?
Yes,
Can they touch? Oh, okay. Spin touch it. I touched, rather. I'm sorry.
Genji.
My English is failing here.
Yeah, Genji for the save.
But
And
remember,
the rest of the team.
SPG can still. I think
they
they
do
can
have-
still contest at the very end of that point,
Basically
and
four
they have
ultimates.
4 ultimates. They have very good zoning ultimates as well.
But one
Oh,
man in the
Milgaru is
surge.
there! Milgaru!
Oh, both
The
supports
Terra
gone.
Surge!
To keep the point alive, and there's a lot of members
Oh,
dead.
no!
No one else to touch. SPG takes map number 2. 1-1 a tie now.
Wow. Okay. I need some time to kind of calm down here because what an well, oh my god, my words are failing because okay, let me kind of break down that last fight here. I think SPG did not know. Oh no, rather JNGK did not know where Milgaru was, and Milgaru
Not exactly.
Milgaru approached and used the Terra Surge, and also Pressure answered with the Graviton Surge as well, but there weren't any follow-up damage because the damage was done. Milgaru with that ultimate was, yeah, I don't think there was any follow-up damage, and then after that, yes, JNGK didn't want to they did have the members, but I don't think there were anyone close or had the mobility to touch the point.
Yeah, I don't exactly recall the members of SPG actually, but JNGK, there was a couple of members still stuck on the alleyway. So maybe we'll have to get to see that replay later on, but that's going to be it for map number 2, guys. We'll take a short one, and when we come back, we'll talk more about that match and what happened. Alright, welcome back everyone, and it seems like Unknown has found peace.
I needed that moment. I really needed that moment.
We did not talk a single word during that 3-minute break because I knew this guy needed a break for sure to process everything with a CPU.
Yeah.
How was it?
My 31-year-old
back?
CPU needed a little bit of rest after that. But, oh man, what a last-minute fight by JNGK here. Oh, well, and yeah, SPG won, and it's still very hard to process here. Yes, it looks like SPG and Milkaru was saying like, hey, it's been your win condition. My win condition is Milkaru, and that sneak over and that Terra Surge was beautiful.
Yeah, certainly when you are playing Orisa, sometimes you don't know what's exactly happening. Of course, all these guys know exactly what's happening, but that Terra Surge is such a powerful ultimate, especially when the time's ticking down. You just have to press it and see what happens, and at those times, it just works perfectly to keep everyone outside, not touching that payload. But still, I think there were a lot of moments where JNGK could have touched, but I think they had too much pressure on Spint at that moment.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be. I think the key issue for JNGK is not gonna get mental boomed because, man, I can't necessarily say that I'm the most I'm the most mentally fortified gamer here, but even just watching here, I would have been devastated by that. But now we're going to Sorvasa. JNGK definitely wants to bounce back and start a lead here. I don't think there's going to be any kind of key drastic changes to the composition. I think JNGK still would be pretty confident, and that was like King's Row was pretty much also King's Row, like in essence, like I mentioned at the start of the map, it's really kind of difficult for a Zarya comp, but now that's going to be Sorvasa. They can still, they'll still be confident that they can still win.
Yeah, for SPD now, Argon back in. Servaldo. And both teams having 1-0 score on Flashpoint so far, but one team has to lose. So here's again Milgaru trying to be sneaky, but on Flashpoint it's slightly harder.
Ooh!
Arke
taken down by Milgaru. That Sombra pick was specifically to target Milgaru and the ball here.
Yep.
But remember, usually the ball is very weak against the Sombra. However, Milgaru just single-handedly taking down that Sombra means how much Milgaru is very proficient on that ball. And that was really crucial, because if Milgaru was at least hindered or taken down, this first fight might have been gone to the way of JNGK, but SPG, by taking down Arky first, they had this natural numbers advantage, and they have the advantage on point here.
Also, just being off the side has full trust of the teammates, and again, Spin does go down very early during the team fight here, off very low, eventually picked down by Argon. Argon again. Looks back toward the side, finds no one else, but there is that Zarya, he has to recall. Pressure, keeping himself alive in the room.
Very high energy for Zarya, so that's going to be a threat. However, Arke and Tamper are down, so the only damage is going to be the pressure, but pressure is also down, and with 75%, maybe JNGK has to make a decision of whether they want to make a desperation touch or just give up the first point.
With Lucio and a lot coming online, I think realistically you want to fight for the second? As you do not have the EMP yet.
Maybe Arcade could touch, but is it really worth it? No, decides no, and actually that is probably going to be the smarter choice here. JNGK with key ultimates coming, maybe 4, 5 ultimates incoming.
We'll basically have all 10 coming online real soon. Notice the position of Milgaru here again.
Milgaru just wants to break camp here.
Oh, everything ult! Everything pointed at the right direction.
Wait, did JNGK just use 5 ults?
Yeah, 5 ults at the same time. Everyone just said now, and everyone pressed their big button at the same time.
Okay, SPG, SPG is like, okay, you use 5 ults, we'll give you that point. I mean, yes, 5 ults, you're overpaying for it. I'll just give you that point.
That had to be timed because I did not blink, and all 5 ultimates came online at the same time.
But the problem for JHK is that yes, they used 5 ults, yes, they won that fight, but they capped the point so late that they're only at 19%, and to make things worse, they backcapped, so SPG backcapped the point, and they're actually almost par at progress here. Next fight, SPG uses their ultimates. Wow, and if SPG wins, that's going to be disastrous for JNGK here.
Yeah, JNGK, not bad in terms of DPS. Plus Kiriko already up to 50%. Now SPG needs
artillery
to do it now, as the ultimates will be gained soon enough for JNGK. Okay, not much work. Still having the mine.
Oh, and you do not want to fire on a deflecting Genji there.
Which also going down, not a great time for SPG. Looks like the 5 ultimate power was too much of a spirit bomb on SPG's head.
Hey, JNGK says, hey, we pressed 5 ults, so it was worth it because you're not going to take advantage of us not having ults, and that's going to be the case. And the point is going to be equalized. JNGK will be... Oh, the overtime is triggered with a touch. However, it does not look that...
in the mines already.
It does not look like SPG is in a position to win this fight.
1-2 contest and actually with the point. Both hacked. EMP already. And still survive.
Yes, pressure is down. Oh, Spin is down
this hurt
too.
SPG even
Maybe they
more?
can actually make this flip happen. But to be honest, is it really worth it?
If they can grab the point eventually, yes, but unless that happens, we'll see. So we still do have Sombra here. And the barrier. Enough to keep the entire team alive.
So JNGK is also investing a lot of ultimates. They want to cap this point. And
Of course, you do have 99%. Okay, hacked. Are still alive. Point flip to SPG.
The big question is, do they want to invest big ultimates like the Dragon Blade and the Graviton Surge here? They need this for the next point.
Next set of questions, Wuchan. Great. Grabbing the Surge, grabbing a lot of them. But will they follow with the kills? Not as many as you thought. And SPG is still keeping the point.
Still, Zarya is at 100 energy. It's going to be a big DPS threat on the side for JNGK. However, they are not making those kills happen. So SPG is going to be at full strength yet again.
Using all that, did not get the blade. Mine, grabbing. Milgaro. Trust the ball. And the turning is happening from 14% to 99%. This is going to be matching. And SPG actually stealing the ball. Stealing, not the ball, the point away.
Wow, this is really impressive stuff from SPG because usually you would think that SPG would just want to give up and look for the next fight, but they actually invested and committed for that overtime touch from Argon, and they not only just baited out ultimates from the side of JNGK, they won that fight, and they took the point as well. It seemed almost impossible.
JNGK needs all 5 ults again. They need that miracle press of 5 ults.
Good EMP. Can they be able to follow? No, actually! Who cares if you're hacked if it can still shoot? And they shoot JNGK away from that point. And wow, what a performance from SPG so far.
Overwatch is an FPS for a reason. You need to hit better on your target. JNGK suddenly, especially because of up position Zarya. Yeah, JNGK is actually failing a lot, and that's coming from this ball.
A lot of this on Spin's shoulders now with that Dragon Blade. This needs to worth it. Spin very low, take it down. And SPG, I think, should be able to stall this a little bit more. Off does have that sound barrier, and also Tamper has that Casino Rush. But without Spin, will they be able to? Oh,
yes,
okay.
Some more work has been done with Archie and RK. Early bash on down meant that less of a DPS for SPG to put out at the moment.
I think both teams are trying to tease me here because usually I'm usually saying about how on normal circumstances how a fight should go, and they're defying expectations every turn.
Early use with barrier and Kiriko all together. A lot of what's coming from the. Okay, but is it really worth it when SPG is hiding away from you? I guess so. When Spin can continue to deliver the kills. Well, did the ultimates even matter at this point if Spin actually had this solo moment?
SPG has Milgara alive, so maybe Milgara, after taking that health pack, will be able to... No, okay, actually they're going to just regroup for the next fight. Wow, what? Well, I can't even...
Yeah, you can't process.
I can't even process this correctly because there's so many action going around. Yes, RK is approaching the EMP. This is going to be the pivotal point.
Okay, coming in. Test finds there's no way of coming into the point and wait, right next to the point.
Spin with the Dragon Blade. However, JNGK is only has a few members. I think this is going to be the flip.
Another flip and a 3-0? Is that what SPG wanted all this long?
Maybe J&GK can have a touch and this is good, but this is definitely going to be last fight territory. Pressure knows this and is going to change swap over to the Doofus for extra mobility to touch. However, Milgaru may be able to push them away from the point.
Pressure here with the
99?
Doofus.
No, could that touch?
Oh man, SPG!
That is gotta hurt. Oh my goodness. Wow, I'm just stunned here because remember, there are so many things that happen on this map. Remember 5 ults? And usually if you use 5 ults to win a single fight, then the next fight, then you don't have any future. You commit, you spend everything that you have on the present without the future. No, like, you win first, think about ults later. But however, they somehow make it work. They take that point, and I just give up.
Man, I need some H2O here. As that was very close, but SPG coming back with less ultimates. And first of all, now I go back and remember the chat saying always trust the ball going into Flashpoint. And I would say always trust Milgaru on that ball.
Yeah, I mean, Milgaru showed a lot of impressive performances on other heroes as well, like I mentioned. But this player was predominantly known as the ball one trick and showing that ball is still his best hero.
Now we'll see if that's still possible because we're going into map number 4 and that will be Push. We'll be right back.
Okay, I rebooted. I needed that. Oh my
Thanks
god.
for coming back alive.
Like, okay, King's Row is something. Suravasa, oh my goodness. Like, we had so many things that wouldn't normally happen. We had 5 ults just to win a point. A recontest that, to be honest, that a lot of teams wouldn't have even attempted, and which actually paid off. And an insane last point fight as well. And that Doomfist swap to contest, but never got to be. Wow, that was... I needed a lot of time.
Yes, some great Flashpoint, I gotta say, for today. And the reason why we have Flashpoint happening every single match, there is a specific reason why it has to be map number 3, because we just have to get there, even if it's a 3003. And unknown, now, since that unknown is alive, we're going back to Coliseum. First push map of the day. Exciting, of course, a pick from GNGK. They would love to have some more push with Genji. I think this is certainly the map where they can use a lot more Zarya for that cover.
Yeah, definitely so, because I think this is also a map that makes sense for JNGK, especially if they want to play the Zarya, because especially before the corners, they have like a very straight line, so it's easier to play the Zarya. Also, it's also very easy for Spin to either make a choice to be in the front lines just with the Zarya barrier, or make a flank. So there's 2 different kinds of ways Spin can approach this as the Zarya here. So a good choice on this. I think it's a good choice, but it's also very up to execution, because I think that after King's Row, JNGK is a little bit kind of shaky inside of Metal Fortitude, and SPG showing why they are, I guess, should be favorites, that they have that experience in the Overwatch League. They have that experience on a lot of their players, like Lee Soo-min. Like, we haven't mentioned this player, but this player has been on the this player has been on the Dynasty. They have been on O2 Blast, arguably the best team to have been ever in Contenders. Of course, O2 Blast is not going to be participating on this season of Contenders. However, this player has a lot of history, and they're just kind of like showing why they were having those kind of, I guess, name value.
Yeah, that's why it is somewhat more expected for SPG to really do come up with those clutch wins and to come back and flip those points. But Symmetric time teleports right in, and here's Batch and Aid. Well, actually, off doing a good amount of work on the other side. Lucio getting a kill.
So off getting a answer kill onto Uchan. Argon down means that JNGK will be having that upper hand in that first fight. It was very close, mind you, because pressure was very, very low, and with only the Kiriko to heal, it was a very... It could have been anyone's game, to be honest, but only 7 meters on progress on the side of JNGK means that this next fight can be on anyone's favor. And oh, that was a good shot on Spin with the help of that amplification matrix. That was a very early amp matrix here.
Yeah, quick use. The moment I think it was available, Lisa Min just popped it right away, knowing that the outburst could be more from JNGK. This Antarctic has been having a good time on top. Finally been found by Aid. Fashion another headshot and some more extra push. Temper. Press the button.
Oh, JNGK. They're committing a lot of ultimates here, and actually, okay, they made it happen, so it was definitely worth. And now, I think good this economy from the side of JNGK, because even though if they use 2 ultimates, they have 3 major ultimates online, and also they have one of those is the sound barrier. So even if SPG wants to make any sort of regression, they can answer with the sound barrier. Aid wants to zone out JNGK with the artillery, however, does not find any value. Spit with the Spit with the Dragon Blade, and is answered with the Uchan's sound barrier.
But that was basically wasted. No blade happening with SPG all gathered up together. Had to climb over the wall early on, and can do somewhat more with the overclock.
Spin down. So that's a lot of momentum lost for the side of JNGK.
Put the barrier up. And that's enough for SPG to continue on their momentum and going back to their own push.
Yeah, so JNJK had a few good moments, but in the end, they didn't make as much progress as they wanted to make. So only 14 more meters for SPG to match the progress of JNJK. And not only that, Lee Soo-min has also already had that Ant Matrix up again. And remember what the last time Lee Soo-min used the all Ant Matrix, Spit fell. So that's going to be a big threat on the side of SPG here.
As they will start their own push now. That's 8 putting out.
But Spit taking down SPG. Spit does not give a damn about how SPG have their ultimates. He's just wrecking ham. And before SPG gets to match the progress of JNJK, they have another chance of potentially capping first point.
Yeah, Migaru now switching over to Reinhardt. We'll be looking for that teleport even more, but remind you guys again, this is more of a wide map. Will this work against a team comp like JNJK, who are going to be very spreaded apart?
Yeah, so Milgar, I guess the logic here is going to be they want to do what they did on King's Row, right? But it's like you said, G-Cliff, this map's a little bit different from what King's Row, because King's Row had a lot of alleys.
Graviton Surge?
Graviton Surge, but is there any follow-up?
No follow-up, no kills. There's one, but it's way too late. And this Blade immediately taken down.
Oh, that is just 2 ults thrown out the toilet here. And SPG, oh wait, off wants to commit, but pressure is taking down, so it does not have any value. That is actually 3 ults depleted by the side of JNJK. Yes, SPG Milgaru falls, so no progress, no robot progress from the side of SPG just yet, and actually JNJK is the one to push.
Yeah, surprisingly, as JNJK had to use a lot of ultimates, will be hurting them regardless with the after fight, because SPG holding 4 ults at the moment.
I think it was really pivotal for JNJK to kind of hold that ult a little bit, hold that robot a little bit, because they can fight on this before this corner, which is going to be really important. But it doesn't matter if 8 takes down everyone. Yes, Spin takes down the immortality field, but Spin at the cost of his life, and SPG wins a fight without using any key ultimates. Yes, this Sim doesn't have an ultimate, but it's 4 ultimates on the side of SPG, and no ultimates at all for JNJK.
Artillery aid. Doesn't have early catches. No successful hit leading to kill yet, but he's the one found.
It is in trouble.
Yeah, wanted to hide in the corner.
So the question now is, does SPG want to commit anymore else? They don't need to.
And
they took down 2, and SPG already has the lead, and they want to cap this point.
Keeps on pushing there.
The shatter was huge, and the pin there on pressure makes sure that there's no resistance whatsoever. 99% on the Graviton Surge, but they have to use it for the next fight instead of this one.
I think that was totally worth it for the pushing points, and they hit the first big mark. And JNJK might be thinking, okay, is it time for ultimates? Ready to go.
They stumble. JNJK opens with
Graviton Surge, grabbing a few.
3 ultimates. Will JNJK use the 4th ultimate again?
Oh, but too many barriers from SPG. Okay, finally the blade comes out to turn things around. But heavily spent on both sides. Oh, this is Lucio. Just doing some dances.
Okay, so if we wrap this fight, yes, it was an expensive fight for JNJK, but SPG also used 2 ultimates of their own. So, to be honest, JNJK would be pretty happy with this fight, but the fact that SPG not only capped, but also made more progress, means that JNJK has a long way to go. And remember, G-Club, it's only 2 minutes remaining. So this, like, JNJK has to win 3 fights in a row in order for them to hope for a lead.
So it takes some time, and JNJK to hit that, make a miracle run, if it's possible. Genji's still keeping up with the Symmetric Teleport comp, but destroyed with Argon dead. And overclock early on.
Oh, good shots from RK here.
SPG wants to have some regroup time now with Busan dead. That's the entire team gone now on the ground. JNGK finally retrieving on their own push. First they need to hit the point. Plus, needs about, let's do math, about 30 more meters within 2 minutes.
Remember, after the cap, you need to wait 7 or 8 seconds if my knowledge is correct. So SPG has a chance to recontest, but Spin has that Dragon Blade, needs to make this work. Spin very low, 45.
No extra kill off the rails, but Arake in the other side was able to accomplish so much more. So eventually they will hit the mark.
Props to Spin because he took out all the aggro from SPG so that RK could have make all the kills. Yes, maybe not as flashy as an ult for as a Dragon Blade. However, taking but let's talk about this first.
Okay, great shatter, but what else to follow up? Mei dead, Symmetra dead. With only Reinhardt and Lucio. Can't do too much.
This is getting out of hand because SPG used a lot of ultimates, but they just lost. And JNGK also has that Graviton Surge to maybe even not just they already took the lead, but their eyes are towards full capping this map here.
46 seconds. You can also just keep them outside with the Graviton if you have the right pull. Must be dead early on. Mei hits a shot.
Maybe this is their time to stabilize, but the Graviton Surge is there available.
Not going to use it for this fight, as we are ticking down to the last 30 seconds.
Probably rightfully so, because they know that JNGK knows that the only one team fight win is going to be enough for them to secure that win, because they have 30 meters. They have a 30-meter buffer, and 10 seconds remaining means that it's going to be overtime before the bot even tries to push. So one fight is all they need.
We'll see. Then JNGK gets quite close. Graviton and overclock immediately popped. Nothing really following up with the kill, as there are barriers with the Matrix available. Okay, SPG certainly doing a lot more work from that fight.
Great wall from AD or Spin.
One blade.
Spin has the blade, probably wants to hold it. Like you said, G-Clef.
Continuing the push. Okay, SPG getting closer over time.
JNGK hands sweaty now because they know that key ultimates from the side of SPG is coming. They have potentially the Earth Shatter, the Sound Barrier, and the Blizzard online. So Spit has to be the hero here.
Can he be the hero? Or is it going to be SPG closing the match here? Is that blade?
The Dragon Blade
took too much damage! And the Blizzard is
selling them out! 4 meters! 3!
The pushing is still happening! Okay,
the contestant's there!
Plus the Lucio, but can they actually do
Earth Shatter doesn't do much!
Zarya's gone, and can you really have that much pressure?
I think SPG can do it!
Okay,
SPG might be able to do it!
Gone!
They did it!
And SPG! That's 3 map points.
That is going to be the end. SPG, despite JNGK looking so much up ahead, they had 30 meters and they had a 30-meter lead end the last 20 seconds of the match. They had the ultimates, but I think what was really important there is that when overtime first started, AID's barrier there, AID's ultimate was really crucial because it was a good Graviton Surge by pressure. However, the Photon Barrier was perfect because it divided the damage that SPG was taking, and it was enough because both the supports were alive in that fight. It divided enough and negated enough damage for the supports of SPG to keep everyone alive. And being in overtime, it meant that they had the opportunity. They had the Blizzard coming up, they had the Earth Shatter coming up, they had the Sound Barrier coming up, so it bought them enough time for key tools to come up, and then they used them. Yes, our Spint had that Dragon Blade up. However, it was not enough because Blizzard, when you're defending your point, when you're defending your territory, it's going to be, even though with the Dragon Blade spin, it's going to zone him off.
Yeah, Shimada was not trained to withstand the Blizzard for that long of a time. Plus, the Blade was out there, but not enough tools from the entire team to keep him alive. And there was just way too much pressure, and Genji can do so much magic when there are a lot of members scattered around. But when you have the Reinhardt, so many members of SPG just clumped up together sometimes, and the immediate focus was on that spin to Genji. He could have died at that moment, was barely able to survive over the wall with some HP left. You can't really contest too much, as that was a beautiful ending to the match with SPG. I mean, Milgaru is the player of the game. I mean, this ball was certainly great, but Orisa and plus the Reinhardt at the end, some great material.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of SPG did very well, and especially I wanted to like credit Aid on the very last moment of Colosseo, but Milgaru was the consistent performer here. Like you mentioned, G-Clef, his signature hero is the ball, is the Wrecking Ball. However, we've seen that he is not just proficient on the Wrecking Ball as well, but also on the Orisa, the Reinhardt. And this was Milgaru was a headache for JNGK the entire time, because yes, JNGK probably wanted to counter. There were some times where JNGK wanted to counter the ball, like maybe they brought the Sombra, maybe they brought something else, but every time Milgaru was there to counter whatever JNGK had, because he had that choice of heroes on his list of cards.
Some real great moments from Reinhardt, actually. Even actually had a lot of great ults too, along with the pair up with teammates. And we got certainly the player of the match material, as we're focusing on the ball, but I think he actually played really well on the Reinhardt too.
Exactly. And also this is going to be really, really important, not only for this match, but on the future match as well. Because remember, we are seeing increasing a lot of Zaryas, but like in a traditional matchup, a Reinhardt is good against the Zarya, and a Reinhardt composition also works against the Zarya. So remember, like previously we said that it was a rock, paper, scissors, but we have one more player, our fourth party on the field, and this is going to be very interesting. We might have a Korean London Spitfire in the Contenders Korea.
Who said Reinhardt's not really the meta? As long as you can have that much of a teamwork and team comp, well, you can make the miracle happen, and that will actually put SPG on top for now for Group B here, as we have one more Group B match coming up next, as Dreamers versus Euphoria. Let's see what happens in our next match. Welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series Korea as we go into our third match of the day. We're all filled up, ready to go, as this is a very important one, as every single match, it does stack, as we do have the basically a round robin between the groups, and more wins, better for you to eventually advance into the playoff with a better spot. But once you hit that, I think the big mark is if you have 2 losses, you are very close to be not making it to that top 3.
Yeah, so I think the threshold is going to be, well, at least 3 wins is going to almost guarantee you a spot. Well, I think it should be able to guarantee you a spot, and the teams with 2 wins should be kind of...
depending on the numbers.
Yeah, I think then you have to go to map differentials, right? And then if you have 1, then sadly you probably won't be able to make the
1-3
cut.
won't be enough.
Yeah, so I think in that sense, this next matchup is going to be really, really important because Dreamers is at 1-0 and Euphoria is currently at 0-1. So definitely, Dreamers with the expectations with the weight of the name that Dreamers hold right now, they definitely want to end week 1 with a 2-0, and Euphoria, they definitely want a clean slate because 1-1 would be I think they would be happy with a 1-1 instead of when you start out week 2.
Yeah, especially like these two going against each other. Dreamers with Pink and Unicorn versus Euphoria. No other icons and just dark theme. It's like light theme versus dark theme.
Yeah, so this is probably a lot of fans would be very familiar with this name. Dreamers was a very, very strong team, not just in Contenders, but also in the Overwatch League knockouts as well. This team knocked out so many Overwatch League teams. They won against the Guangzhou Charge. They won against the Shanghai Dragons, like some of the best teams that you can ever name. And they were so close. Dreamers was actually this very close to make it all the way into playoffs for the Overwatch League. But, well, here they are, and they're going against Euphoria here.
Yep, an opponent that you can always count on, but they certainly do want to grab that one win. But today, it might be a little bit hard against Dreamers, who has such a big stacked roster. Do see Doomfist actually not actually from Sungjun, who did go back and forth between the DPS and the tank just yesterday.
Yeah, Sungjun was like very surprisingly very impressive on the Doomfist tank.
Oh yes,
especially on Lijiang Tower yesterday. But Sungjun is definitely a DPS player, very also prominent a DPS player as well. Sungjun has been also in the Dynasty and on OT Blatt, so definitely a very high-class player.
Onto NA Contenders as well. Now in Korea Contenders. What is this guy doing here now? He's actually Doomfist just moving all over the place. We'll see how Euphoria does against this stacked roster of Dreamers, as not just Sungjun, Minute as whole. Yeah, this roster actually has a whole lot of experience in terms of the different teams that you can name for all of them.
So first map is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. So we've also seen a little bit of Antarctic Peninsula yesterday. I think it's still going to be like for Dreamers. I think it's definitely going to be another Zarya meta, Zarya comp, and for Euphoria probably the same. So we might be seeing a mirror matchup, which surprisingly we haven't been seeing a lot today.
Basically, maybe for a few minutes, including both of the matches that we had today, since we had specific teams just targeting Zarya Genji comp most of the time. But coming into these two teams, as you have mentioned, maybe we'll see that mirror matchup.
So for Dreamers, it's definitely gonna be, I think, Zarya, because if you want to play Orisa, maybe it would probably have been Dreamer coming out for the side of Dreamers. So Jasmine coming in. Let's talk about Jasmine a little bit, because Jasmine is a new introduction to Dreamers. The traditional off-tank player for Dreamers was formerly for Leader, and he's currently no longer with the team. Jasmine is also a very interesting player because he also has a lot of history on SLT, formerly in Contenders as well. So this player is not like a new face on the block, new kid on the block. Okay, so we're not going to get a mirror matchup.
Yeah, Jasmine on Zarya, but Warrior does have Orisa here along with Soldier. 76, but here's a long-range contest.
So this is going to be almost like the first match that we had today. So Euphoria has a little bit of more range. Dreamers wants to send Dart, Genji in, and harass, while Jasmine gets the energy needed to push back Groom out. So Euphoria, if they want, the win condition for Euphoria is that they make the first pick out of range, and this is exactly what they do. So they will be making their first push towards the point, and they will probably make the first cap.
Yeah, especially with the comp how they're designed. And Groom, by the way, means cloud in Korean, and they did have a lot more positioned ways, as Dart early on wanted to get some picks onto Soldier, but was able to retreat back into the full forest early. The Dreamers not really successful in their first push.
Okay, now Dreamers, it's Dreamers' time to try to make the offensive. And Dreamers, what they need to do, their win condition, is to send Dart and have Jasmine farm energy and put the icing on the cake. They want to take out either Ilari or the Baptiste. And they have to do that quick, because Narn already has that and Matrix.
It's down. And here's the Matrix from Euphoria.
Okay, but Sad actually was able to take out Groom, so Dreamers will be having that numbers advantage. And
that Captain
as the fall fell as well. So it's going to be a flip for the side of Dreamers.
Oh, Euphoria, did they use a little too much on that fight for nothing?
Yeah, so they depleted both of their support ultimates. And Dreamers is going to have the Dragon Blade ready. So unless Euphoria can make a pick on Dart, I think this fight's going to the side. I think Dreamers has the upper hand on this fight as well.
Yeah, by far. Unless Jun on Thatcher can do some amazing work, do some damage, but here's a play from Dart.
Oh,
immediately
shut down on Dart!
Euphoria, your moment to shine.
Not
Supposedly.
just yet. So Jasmine's so close to getting that Graviton Surge, but to be honest, like at that point where Dart's already down, and I don't think it was worth using it anyways. So should probably use that for the retake. Euphoria does have Terra Surge. Data should be able to counter that with a sound barrier. And then after that, Jasmine probably wants to win the fight with the Graviton Surge, but not if Dart's fallen down. This is what Euphoria wants to do, so they understand their win conditions perfectly and they're executing it.
A lot of pressure on Dart, certainly, as your entire team is relying so much on you to do most of the damage.
Sad wants to use that artillery for zoning purposes.
Okay, Matrix up early on for both sides, actually.
So no key ultimates used yet. Yes, both of them use their amp matrices, but Sad is the first one to fall, and it's overtime, so they need to use whatever they need. Dreamers needs to use whatever they need to use. However, not enough, not fast enough. Euphoria takes round 1, and wow, I thought Dreamers was the pre-match favorites, and Euphoria is making a shout.
As Euphoria does have a pretty big roster. Maybe this was entirely set for them. And certainly for now, that's one Terra Surge that you would love to see towards the end of the game. Groom's Orisa keeping himself alive right next to that wall mostly. And Dart, I have to say I wasn't too impressed from Dart's Genji so far.
Yeah, so Dart was a very unfortunate. I think he was very unfortunate. Like on the first round, he did have his opportunity to use the blade. It was shut down immediately, and after that, to be honest, he didn't have a lot of opportunities, like team opportunities as a team to do anything. But that's the weight of the Genji player on the Zarya composition. Yes, things might not be in favor of you, but you still have to make it happen. So Dart definitely wants to make it up this round. And Euphoria, it's the same win conditions for the first round. They have the upper hand in terms of range. They don't have the Genji, so they want to make the picks first, but low health bars all around the board means that Dreamers have the upper hand in this fight.
Yeah, Dreamers, in terms of neutral fights, getting the win, starting with a kill from Sad, I believe. And some really high numbers already towards 80. Dart mission very close to it.
So Euphoria right now is kind of concerning, but not too much, because they still have that pick potential. They always have that pick potential, and also TPing out of the range of the Genji. So if the Genji approaches them, they can always TP out. But the point will be, Dreamers is approaching a point where they will be having ultimates, and if whether they can use it and make meaningful kills will be the turning point. And Sa doesn't even need an ultimate to take out Narang, and I think this is going to be yet another win for Dreamers.
Early loss, Narang and Orisa Groom gone. Oh, some trading kills though from Sunjun and Sierra. Dreamers still holding 4 ultimates.
Sod is on a rampage right now. I mean, Sod, he was also on SLT and a TDI. This player, I think he's one of the most underrated players in Contenders right now. I single-handedly believe, I have no doubt that this player is able to contest with even some of the Overwatch League players. And
okay, there's a rating from Unknown. Take him into your own hands. That's Sa for Dreamers. 4 ults up.
So Euphoria is the first to use the ults. They need to zone out. They want to use the photon barrier to zone out Dreamers. So they happen to make that flip. Dreamers should be pretty happy because they just baited out an ult, because they know that they can afford to give away some ult percentage. And there is that Dart ultimate.
Blake in the room and was able to catch a lot more with the help of his teammates so far.
A lot better performance from Dart compared to the first round. Yes, they did use a lot of ultimates, but knowing that this is final fight territory for Euphoria and Jasmine, what Dreamers is probably thinking of is that they want to be a little bit far forward, and they can just use the Graviton Surge to get people, to prevent people from even touching the point.
Finally, Dreamers, both of their DPS play the same game. They're off by a little bit. Here's Winston plus Reaper from Euphoria.
Sunjin down. Jasmine is also down too, but Aster is down. A lot more members on the side of Dreamers.
Dart and Sad. Yeah, the entire team wipe. Euphoria thought it was possible for a moment, but immediately after the touch, the Graviton grabs all of them basically. And from that moment, it's DPS to do the work. I mean, that's your job, to put out that output. And once that was basically all she wrote.
Well, like precisely for this round specifically, I think Dreamers played this really by the book. They, again, knew what their win conditions were. And for Euphoria, like what was different from round one was that on round one, Euphoria was able to make early picks because that was how they win this fight. But failing to, like, playing a composition where they need to they're outranging the opponent, but is weaker when the opponent closes in. They need to make picks where at least damage the opponent to the point where they would be in an advantageous situation when they're in a fight, close range fight. But Dreamers was able to close that distance without getting too much damage, and they just won the round.
Yep, now 1-1 apiece. Long range again as Euphoria still sustaining, not bad, and starts is quickly picked off after trying to grab him to kill on Soldier, but you find yourself dead. And it'll be Euphoria still keeping a... Now, you do have to come out eventually from the room. Oh no, as Dreamers will actually take a lot more advantage keeping that high ground.
So Euphoria caps point first, but a lot of damage, a lot of pressure on Groom and Aster, meaning that it's going to be a quick flip for the side of Dreamers. Only 10% lead for Euphoria, and I think that's going to just get... I think Dreamers is going to just, you know, flip that over real quick. Already 7%, 8%, and Dreamers is going to take the lead here. And Euphoria, one thing to look about is the Zenyatta pick that we don't really see as often. I think the idea is that it offers more poke, and the Discord work puts a lot of more pressure on Dart, who may be single-handed, or be the only one being in their faces. However, currently, it looks like Dreamers is answering to the threat.
Yeah, it's
really
just Jasmine now.
Yes, the flip is there. Really interestingly. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Jasmine lives.
Almost being able to kill, but it's going to stop right there. And look for that flip, Dreamers. Graviton catching a few. Just for the delay, mostly.
I think that was really important because it was a point where Dreamers was needed to finish the cap for the flip. And yes, of course, it would have been better if Jasmine kind of, you know, had a lot more members and led to a lot more kills, but in the end, they got what they came here for.
3 and 4.
A lot of ultimates on both sides.
Clock is here, Sad. Win.
Okay, Euphoria won this fight, but I think Dreamers will be very happy with this. Yes, both sides used a lot of ultimates. Dreamers still has Dart's Dragon Blade, and the only hindrance from the only threat on Dart would be the Transcendence. But the Transcendence is expended right now, so Dart only has to be careful about getting one shot after probably maybe the Soldier, maybe? So Dart is, like, yes, Dart has that pressure of having to make this work, but I think it should be able to work.
Here's Blade. Onto the back line. The McCarthy field kept him alive for such a long time, but still, doesn't matter.
It took him a while, but it still is able to finish the job, and that with that flip, it's going to be the question of whether Euphoria can touch.
Sierra also taken down very late. Dreamers should be having the points, as no one else can come for the touch. Master way too far away with that Lucio. Dreamer does end up grabbing the first map.
Yeah, so Euphoria actually put up a pretty good fight. I mean, this map was really closer than I thought it would be. But in the end, I think Dreamers had like control over the game. Jasmine, really impressive performance on the Zarya. Yes, Euphoria was like, I think the Orisa composition was okay, but in the end, like I think Dreamers had enough faith in their DPS players to the point that they weren't really concerned. So Euphoria, they put up a composition. It's like kind of like the Zero match where Euphoria needed to their win condition requires to make an early pick. And if it's kind of a gamble because if they succeed, they have an advantage. But if they don't, they're at a they're really behind, especially in those fights.
And Euphoria, certainly that didn't really turn out to be their favor in the first map. Let's see if it's possible with the upcoming map, because as a losing team from the first map, they will have that choice. And when we come back, we'll have that map number 2. Welcome back, everyone. So far, the storyline has been from All Series Korea, at least for today. Man, can you beat that Zarya Genji, or can you beat with that Zarya Genji? Because oftentimes, sometimes Orisa is enough, sometimes Sigma, sometimes others like Reinhardt, Doomfist. There are other tanks. Zarya seems to be okay when it's working, but she feels like she's kind of not working against it with the team when you just don't have the teamwork.
Yeah, so for Dreamers right now, this is definitely the case when you're working. Because I think for the win conditions for the Zarya comp,
I think there needs to be two prerequisites. One meaning that you have to have confidence in your Genji, and number two, your Zarya is actually good enough to take advantage of the high energy that you have. And I think for Dreamers, both of them are working really well. And for Euphoria, I think yes, the Orisa poke comp like kind of worked on round 1, but once they started giving like a little bit of effective range to Dreamers, it just fell apart for them. And so Euphoria's pick is going to be King's Row. This is what we saw on match 2 as well. I think this is a very reasonable choice, especially since if Dreamers was like, if they understood, I think Euphoria is like, hey, I understand that you're pretty good at the Genji and Zarya comp, so we want to pick a map that is not so favorable for the Zarya, because like we've mentioned previously, Zarya doesn't have the best high ground control, and for especially on point A, if you want to attack King's Row with a Genji Zarya, you just have to send your Genji with the Lucio maybe, and then hope that the Zarya barrier is going to be enough to keep them not just alive, but also flush out the defending forces on the second floor.
That's what we were guessing for Dreamers to come up with, but as they might just chance. Well, never mind. They might just keep it exactly the same.
Okay, but we do
like
have a change. I was about to mention this because the Chop Dragon card Genji is online for the side of Dreamers, because Dart did a very good job on Antarctic Peninsula as well, but Top Dragon has a lot of history on this pick. Like to be honest, if you think of Genji on Dreamers, you think of Top Dragon first, right?
Okay.
So this is something that I've been really expecting for.
Top Dragon still on that Genji Dreamers, forced all the way back, rotating. Out up on top. And Euphoria still keeping all the members alive on point. First take.
Top Dragon with that Zarya barrier. Taking out Hisung means probably that it's going to be reset for the side of Euphoria.
I think Euphoria should be feeling okay, or just okay. That's a near full team wipe now. But still,
is this going to be a stagger? Oh, that's going to be a stagger.
Yeah, Cassidy finally going down, but still not too bad. One tick. He respawns right next to the point. We'll see. So
I'm not really sure about this May pick here, but like my personal opinion is that having a Symmetra would be a little bit better in terms of mobility, but
yeah, if you look at the entire team comp, yes.
Yeah, but again, even with the May, the Reinhardt, we've seen that the Reinhardt is
just grab the surge! What a barrier from Esther!
That was a very nice barrier from Esther, but not enough to save Narong here. Top Dragon takes that Narong, but also is at the cost of his life. But health bars on Euphoria very low all across the board, and even though Dreamers lost Top Dragon, they should probably be very confident in thwarting the attacks of
Put
Euphoria.
onto a corner, has nowhere else to go.
Oh man, May, poor May there, staggered.
Go back home to the respawn.
So Euphoria, yes, they have the Blizzard, but that in order for the Blizzard to be very effective, they have to take position on the point first, and which is, I don't think Dreamers is going to allow them to do it.
Just going to go towards a shorter path, towards the roof, as there are no teleports. And look, okay, early Deadeye.
The Deadeye takes out Misen!
And the Blizzard on
Top
the point.
Dragon
is doing so much work!
Yes,
man,
the Blizzard was there, but not enough. Top Dragon showing why he is the prime Genji in Contenders here. And he makes his mark on the statue.
Okay, I do agree now that May, at this point, like for the later points, maybe, when the payloads start pushing, but okay, now here's Hisung. That Shatter ready to go.
This Shatter has to be effective here. Jasmine already approaching his second Graviton Surge. And
quickly charged up.
100 energy. That's gonna be
very catches a two.
That's gonna be
A big force of destruction there. Top Dragon taken down, so it's a window of opportunity for Euphoria, but however, Taejong falls as well.
Keep it up. With a push. Jasmine's still alive somehow.
Sunjun takes that sad, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Euphoria to take the point.
Man, this Dada Lucio is something.
Yeah, like this Dada
should have died long time ago.
And not only just the survivability, but the aggression for Dada was really, really important because Top Dragon fell.
Hey, 8 seconds! What? The time?
He's on touches. Oh, answer falls! He had that sound barrier, that must have been key!
Full hold. 1 tick.
Oh my goodness!
Wait, oh no. Did I miss something? I don't
Not
think
really.
I missed anything.
Not to my knowledge.
I stopped blinking during the entire game.
Well, this is what happened while you blinked.
I guess we'll have some more time to watch the replay here. Top Dragon, Blade, Cassidy. So the Blizzard, okay, it goes off.
So Dreamers actually really played this really well because they knew that the Taejong's Mei would have the Blizzard, so they made the aggression right before Euphoria was on the point because they knew that it was going to be very difficult when Euphoria had positions on the point, and when the Blizzard's on the point, they would be zoned out. So that would give them more time on the point, and they would not be able to contest. So they made the aggression and forced out Taejong's Blizzard before outside the point, and Top Dragon's Dragon Blade just danced around the point.
Yeah, that's why it felt like it was very early. And now Dreamers, all they have to do is to cap the points. And that will be it. Basically, I'm very surprised, not surprised, impressed by Jasmine's Zarya. Did not really die too many. Was giving great covers to Top Dragon, first of all. And high energy all the time means that you're doing a great job off screen.
So this is going to be the challenge now for Dreamers. Wow, that's a big anti-nade. So that's going to delay a few seconds, but I think that delayed about 5 to 6 seconds of Dreamers push. But they're already on the flank.
You have to stop it. It's slightly more than 1 tick.
You simply cannot allow this to happen.
That's GG. That's game. Euphoria, 3 men down. He's Top Dragon, but Genji
on
comes
the
back
point, but only for Desperate, and that's gonna be it.
Contesting, and there's that maximum BM.
Oh, wait, how many seconds did that even cost?
20 seconds ish. That is Dreamers.
Wow.
Now with map number 2, King's Row gone. So even with King's Row, Zarya works when you're having such a moment with your teammate.
Well, remember, the difficulties of the Zarya comp on King's Row is that you don't have access to high ground, but things are very different when you only have to take 1 tick and a half. And so they sneaked down on Hotel, and they were threatening. They were threatening Euphoria to come down to the point. They give up high ground, and Euphoria was a little bit too late to give up high ground. Because Euphoria was like, hey, we're defending, and they're a Zarya comp, and this is King's Row. We want to stay on high ground, but Dreamers were like, really? You only have a tick and a half, guys, and that's how they won the map.
Yeah, it was very different how Euphoria felt in that King's Row. It did feel like they had a lot to mash up together, and they were working against each other in a lot of those moments, and they were supposed to press on the weakness onto Zarya, which we weren't able to see too much on that King's Row. Now, Euphoria will get another map choice. Will this be the real chance? We'll see about that in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, as we head into map number 3. And at this rate, unknown, I might believe in unicorns at the end of the day.
Hey,
Dreamers
I
are
have been a Dreamers. Hey, I have been a Dreamers believer ever since Overwatch the knockouts.
So you believe in unicorns already?
I do.
Oh, okay.
And I believe in the dream, but yeah, like we also do have to credit Euphoria here. Yes, they kind of fumbled on that defense on the side of Kings Row, but still, they still have they do show glimpses of brilliance here. So I think as long as they have to remember the good times. They have to remember how they won that round 1 on Antarctic Peninsula. They have to understand what their win conditions are, what Dreamers' win conditions are, and they want to play by their book, their rules, not like Euphoria's rules, not Dreamers.
Yep, can you really do the same when that top dragon Genji is just harassing you all over the place?
I think it might be possible, especially on Sorabasa here, which is I think also a very reasonable pick here, but that kind of requires, for me, I think that requires some sort of extra mobility. So you need to be more mobile and more versatile than Dreamers. And one part of the puzzle might be the Symmetra.
You're looking into that teleport comp, and maybe they can deliver, but it is Flashpoint. So you keep on stressing, and you can't stress even more than that, as mobility is key here. But I'm sure Dreamers will actually follow a lot more now. Even with the same comp, Euphoria should be matching. If they needed some, I'm sure this is their own map. Euphoria should have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
trust.
yes, Dreamers probably would have a means to kind of follow up. But what I mean by Euphoria needing more mobility is that because the win conditions of the two compositions are very, very different. Euphoria wants to, like, Dreamers wants to send your Genji top dragon into your face, and this is just like the same thing all over again. You want to send your Genji, have your Genji harass, and maybe pick up a kill or two, and at the same time get like charge energy for your Zarya. And Euphoria, they just don't want to give the range distance for that Genji dash. And still want to do damage. That means they have to go essentially a poke composition, but Euphoria is switching things up a little bit, and they're going with the Doofus.
Yeah,
so
not just a little
Euphoria
bit.
is going to be the one on their faces.
Yeah, Sunjin now on tank, on Doofus. Sierra Taejong, both on DPS, and with a big face down on the ground from Euphoria, it will be the start as Dreamers start their tick. Top Dragon trying to prove his name.
So this is like very interesting take on Euphoria. So what they're basically doing is they are trying to, this is a variation of a dive comp, right? So Sunjun goes in with the Doofus. Taejong also follows up, maybe even around and Search. So that puts a lot of pressure on Jasmine. But this means Chop Dragon has just unlimited access to Sierra. So as long as Jasmine or the backline of Dreamers survive long enough, Top Dragon and Sad will be able to take down Euphoria one by one.
Yes. Yeah, this will be... Yeah, with this type of team comp from Euphoria, it has to be a messy fight. Unless the dive is perfect, but Dreamers, they're not going to let that happen. And especially kind of weird because if there is no Zarya, I would look at the team comp of Euphoria and say, okay, they can focus on one or two individually and get the picks. But when there is that extra source of protection, the bubble from Zarya, is this even possible? So immediately Euphoria, after losing that point,
yeah, Euphoria was like, nah, this ain't it, and they go back. They're actually
we had
going with the
100
Zarya.
reasons why it wasn't supposed to work against the team comp of Dreamers. Now, after that, having a couple of ultimates ready.
So now this is going to be
Blade.
Oh wait a second. Top Dragon with the blade.
Immediately when it's ready.
But it's Sad taking all the kills.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, just slashing the air. You can slash the space.
Oh, that was a good immortality feel by Missing here. And so what I wanted to say is that yes, with that swap to the Zarya, Taejong is going to have a different role because with the Doomfist, Taejong's Tracer's role, okay, never mind, because the Tracer role was supposed to be diving with the Doomfist, and paired with the Zarya.
Yep.
I was about to say the Tracer is now going to take on the role of Genji, but using less resources because of the option of the recall. However, Taejong is following suit with the Genji, so it's going to be almost a mirror comp with the only difference between the Kiriko and the Baptiste.
Bastion with that Matrix is one powerhouse for sure. Sad was saying, okay, I can use this angle to maybe do some more action. Euphoria back on your feet, but still already 60% plus for Dreamers. So they actually get in.
Yeah, Euphoria has ult advantage, so they absolutely need to make this happen because not making this work means that it's going to be 2-0 on Surabasa already.
Plus barrier, everything used for Euphoria. Coming up with no extra kills.
Respond. Dada very low despite that. Dada is down. Sierra very, very low. However, is able to be sustained. Sunjun takes down Jasmine, so it looks like it is going to be a fight win for Euphoria unless there's any heroics on the side of Dreamers, which is not probably going to happen. However, G-Club, this was an expensive fight for Euphoria.
It was, and it's already, because they Dreamers were able to stall that much of a time, it's already 99%. But the thing is, Euphoria, they still have ult advantage in terms. All they have to be careful is Dreamers, Dragon Blade, Top Dragon, and so far Taejong has been doing okay amount of work.
Yeah, so like you said, Chico, they still have one more turn when they're actually leading.
Oh,
Graviton Surge!
Supposed to catch the Genji, but it did not hit.
It doesn't matter because they're killing everyone.
Was that Fat Finger from Sunjun? Because just to catch Genji in that room?
I thought that was kind of like a jump scare ultimate from Jasmine, but in the end, like they won that fight with just that ultimate. So like Jasmine could be like, I mean, you know, I fat fingered, but we still won the fight. So it's almost like as same as that ultimate. I did a good Graviton Surge and we won because of that Graviton Surge. So maybe they can just, you know, consider it like that way. But in the end, if you look at the ultimates on both sides, it's now Dreamer's turn because both of them have both of them actually have Dragon Blade, but Misten will be able to have that early aggression, just like this.
Elite fights a lot of damage from
Taejong down. That means no Dragon Blade. Only Top Dragon has Dragon Blade now. They probably don't even need it.
Sierra at that moment gave up for a second. Just kill me already. I want to go back to spawn.
Yeah, I don't want to get staggered. Jasmine being very impressive here. Like, look at the energy numbers on the side of on Jasmine here. Like, that's basically a third DPS playing there.
Still, here's Taejong trying to flip the things, but the bubble kept both Genjis alive.
Popping the blade. To be honest, not a lot of profit on both sides.
And both sides waiting, Shira. They're overclocked.
Oh, that was a nice ultimate on the side of Sad. So 4v4.
Yeah, 1-1 gone.
Euphoria has sound barrier.
Okay, point flick to Euphoria, but
the sound barrier, but Neuron doesn't get.
Oh man.
Now it's Status' turn. That's going to be extra sustain
for Dreamers.
This is going to be time. This is probably going to be last fight territory-ish, I think.
Did the barrier come out from Surge? Because certainly it was
pressed. It did. Surge did use that sound barrier, and it covered everyone except Neurong. And Neurong fell. That was unfortunate there.
Unfortunate years early. Matrix, because you just have to go in. Now or never, 0 point for Euphoria. Okay, that's why Surge is here. But we lose the entire team.
I think it's okay.
Better for Euphoria, this max energy, Sunjun. Dreamers finally going down.
Okay, so Euphoria use their ult advantage to keep themselves alive in the map, and Dreamers they still, like, they're okay with it. They probably have one more fight in them, unless they get caught out here. But they should definitely be able to contest.
Yeah, certainly Taejong's Genji has been much better. Here
He's taken down. And Tito's blade I think would be probably enough. No! Well, there's not enough, but Sierra uses that.
It's Sierra with the 4th kill already. The team fight's over. Yeah, Taejong bought all the attention by himself, but in the meantime, Sierra did all the work.
Yeah, okay, so Taejong did not like get anything valuable from like any like meaningful kills from the Dragon Blade. However, like you said, G-Clef, he absorbed all the aggro, so it gave Sierra enough space and time to take out the entirety of Dreamers. So, okay, they're still in it.
Now 2-1, Dreamers still on a big match point. Map point and the match point, Euphoria. Down a few ultimates, but you can trust on
Side
Sierra.
with the ultimate.
So going to rotate off to the side. Still 4 seconds left until the point
Applying a little
unlocks.
bit of positional pressure, but did not lead to any kills.
Now here
Sierra has that overclock.
Dreamers, they do get the first cap.
So Euphoria needs to make any picks.
Grab the surge early. Keeping that Zarya in. Can you get the kill? Zasmin's still alive. Top Dragon does go down. And this should be Euphoria with continuous attack. The window is
They
up.
absolutely had to. Oh, wait a second here.
Hold up. Now they need to kill. Great barrier coming up from Surge. The Euphoria, that team fight was wonders. Dreamers. I thought it was possible for them to keep on pressing, but that's 49% and it'll be stopped.
That was a good Graviton Surge if you just look at it in an isolated event. But to be honest, I think as a team, they should have probably waited until they regroup and used it with the Dragon Blade.
Yes.
Because they already Dreamer. If you look at the percentage here, they already had 49%. And if they used it in combination with the Top Dragon's Dragon Blade, it would have probably had them up to 80%-ish. But no matter. No damage done, because Top Dragon was able to take down at least 3 members of Euphoria, and it's going to be a flip once again.
Yeah, enough with just one ultimate. And Genji,
it was
2 HP.
His data is at 8% on his ultimate right now. Probably the sound barrier was used.
Oh, when did that happen? Well, probably right before or so, maybe just to keep Jasmine alive, or who knows.
So remember, not having that sound barrier is going to be very crucial because Euphoria, Taejong is approaching his own Dragon Blade. Sod falls, which is not going to help Dreamer's cause.
90%.
Taejong low! Taejong needs to survive!
Very close. Dreamers still contesting. No Genji, immediately wrapped to the blade. Won't be available.
So Euphoria will not be able to take any value from that blade. Overtime.
Okay,
Euphoria, this is now or never.
Sierra keeps the fight on going.
Jasmine is very close to the Graviton Surge. The Graviton Surge is there.
Grabs Sunjin and Sierra's gone along with it, and that will be it. Dreamers 3-0 win against Euphoria. And what a display of the unicorn power.
Well, we definitely kind of saw this coming, but not in this kind of fashion, because we saw previous matches, like we saw a lot of teams that we thought that would be very, very favorites into the match. Kind of, yes, they did. We had this kind of situation where, yes, the favorites won, but they weren't as immortal as we thought they would be. But Dreamers right now, yes, Euphoria. I'm not saying that Euphoria was bad. That's how. That makes it more impressive, because yes, Euphoria was impressive, but Dreamers beat Euphoria in a dominant fashion.
Certainly, Dreamers were much more collected overall, all 3 maps, and the team fights, we could see clear signs of what they wanted to do in each fight. But from Euphoria, maybe because it was an issue of a lot more members being changed, it felt like the messiness was always there during the team fight. Well, and maybe they need to collect a few more things along with on this journey, because this journey will be 2 weeks at least. But if they want to go to playoff, they better do it now.
Yeah, I guess, like, I agree there was a little bit of disorientation a little bit on the side of Euphoria and Dreamers. Like, they didn't have as much. The only change was Jasmine on their roster. However, I think it was. I think it was more of an impressive Dreamers performance than the Euphoria kind of flopping. And here's the player of the match for you, Jasmine. None other than Jasmine, the new kid in town, new kid on the block for Dreamers.
Jasmine says, and Zarya tracking on point, bubbles on point, grab the surge, pretty good.
I think what was really impressive about Jasmine, was of course his mechanics on Zarya was also on point, but his tactical awareness on what his team's win conditions were and what he needed to do as the Zarya in this composition was so much on point.
If you can, all those Zarya players are out there will know and say, how is this guy still alive after you're
And also, look at his energy numbers. Like, he's always 75 and up. And this last Graviton Surge made sure that no one was there to contest. Yes, it denied, lead into any kills.
Just outside of the line.
Yeah, outside, denied any potential touches. So, what a performance from Dreamers. And this is... Well, this is your results from today's game. Yes, we had 0 versus Revival early on. 0. Yes, Revival put up a good fight. 0 proving that, hey, if a potential stronger team, quote-unquote better team, uses the Orisa poke comp, then they can keep the Genji Zarya comp at bay, winning in a 3-0 fashion. And, well, to be honest, SPG versus Genji K was epic.
We had a lot of epic games today, especially the flashpoints. Some epic moments. And here's the updated standings for Group A and B. Only the top 3. So draw a line right below that number 3. So currently looks like Panthera Revival is going to be real tough for them to climb up to that spot for Group A and for Group B. Oh, Euphoria. And man, it's going to be real tough as we do have some teams with a 2-0 now after some more games being played.
Yeah, especially if you look at the map differentials here, it looks like the teams that are at the bottom of the table will be having pretty hard time trying to struggle to make that third place happen. And I think Pokerface, 0, Dreamers, and SPG should be pretty confident, especially Pokerface, 0, and Dreamers, because look at their map differentials, G-Club. 6, 5, and 6. SPG a little bit less so at 3, but still they should be pretty feeling good about having 2 wins. But I think the 3 teams that I mentioned, Pokerface, 0, and Dreamers, should be pretty much favorites to make it on at least the top 3, and SPG, depending on the next matchups. If you see Lemix already at 0-2, if SPG makes it manages to win over Lemix, they should not be their worries about their low map differential should be gone.
Yep, the map differential, because the team only gets to play 4 matches because of 5 teams in a group, and this will be the schedule for next week. Only 2 matches, actually 1 from Group A, Group B. We'll have the 2 teams that's at the lowest spot of the standings so far, and this day should be able to determine if they will for sure be staying at the bottom or some chances of moving up to at least 2nd or 3rd spot in the group.
Yeah, both teams that are desperately needing for their first win of the season, and their opponents are not by any means pushovers. Lemix going against SPG, who's been today, who won in a very, I guess, epic battle after against Genji K. Those kind of close wins. Yes, it was a 3-1, but I think that was one of the closest matches in this season so far. And winning those kind of clutch matches, especially that second to last point on Sorvasa, those are the kind of matches that kind of give you morale boost, that kind of give you momentum. So it's going to definitely be an uphill battle for Lemix as well. Yeah, Panthera should not be on the bottom.
Panthera.
Panthera should not be there, but reality is that they are 0-2 and that desperately need some sort of footing to get their hopes up for at least seed number 3. I don't think
it's hard with a -5.
I don't think they're mathematically possible. It's mathematically possible for them to get first, right?
The So
Probably
the best
not.
they can do is 2-2 with a +1. So
Probably not.
probably not. I think we're talking maybe like 10% or maybe around that number. But
I
it's
think a
probably-
realistic goal is going to be third for Panthera.
Yes, that should be their goal at the moment with a 0-2, but we'll see. As this was only week number 1. Still, some teams like that Genji Zarya, some teams not really willing to try that at all. Some teams changing in the middle says, okay, you guys win with the team comp, so let's bring the same team comp and try to win of our own. So far, some teams able to do so, some teams not being able to do so. So we'll see how that pans out, because we'll have, for Fall Series Korea at least, there will be a few days of break, and then we'll come back next week on Monday. What we have
Hey,
seen.
but we will not having a break today. Well, tonight
Well, today,
as well.
yes. Today we do need a break, but tomorrow, APAC is going to come back.
Yeah, of course. And we also, I do want to shout out to another, I guess, we have next week, we have some exciting news coming because yes, Paul and LaFon, we have Paul, not only Paul and LaFon, but we also have Opar and Papadaka coming in for both Korea, Contenders Korea and APAC. So as much as
Cool news.
I am going to be miscasting, but I will be here tomorrow, and I know that Contenders will be in good hands, at least for next week. So
Always in good hands.
yeah,
Not-
so
yeah, not
very
gonna say-
exciting.
Yes, as we had somewhat of a faster day compared to the other days. Fall
course.
Series Korea will continue, guys. Keep on watching all the contenders that you love. You love Overwatch too. Thanks for coming, and thanks for watching Fall Series Korea. We'll see you then.